We're going to go live now to the House Armed Services Committee, reviewing the 2018 Defense Programs Bill and the proposed amendments to the legislation. They are just finishing up an amendment vote and expected to go late into the night.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there were 30 aye votes, 31 no votes.
Amendment is not agreed to. If there are no further amendments, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Kaufman, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from Colorado? Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. A quorum being present, the motion is adopted. Committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, will postpone recorded votes on amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. The Chair recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to first thank Chairman Thornberry and Ranking Member Smith for their continued leadership. The NDA is truly a massive undertaking every year, and they deserve the credit for making this committee as successful as the Alabama football program when it comes to legislating. For the past 5 years, it has been my honor to lead this subcommittee with my good friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, Jim Cooper. He sets the standard for bipartisan, thoughtful consideration, and I thank him for that. One of the issues that Mr. Cooper and I have worked extremely closely on over the last year is space reform. In creating a Space Corps, this mark addresses the continued failed stewardship and prioritization of the space domain by the current Air Force Space Organization. Since we went public with this subcommittee mark, I have been disappointed in claims from the Air Force leadership. They say that the proposed reform initiatives will actually set back efforts to respond to adversary threats. Let me be clear, that is not the case. Our plan empowers the Secretary of the Air Force with the ability to shape the composition of the Space Corps, streamline the acquisition authorities, and prioritize space as the important warfighting domain that it is. I continue to look forward to having productive conversations with the Air Force and departmental leadership on these issues to help restore and increase the benefits we derive from our national security space assets. I want to thank the subcommittee members and our staff for their hard work. It's been my pleasure to present the Strategic Forces Mark to the full committee, which includes a number of key provisions. Those provisions include reorganizing the national security space enterprise to ensure prioritization of the space domain by creating a U.S. Space Corps. This will be a separate military service within the Department of the Air Force and under the civilian leadership of the Secretary of the Air Force. We also established a U.S. Space Command with a new sub-unified command within Strategic Command, U.S. Strategic Command. We prohibit the Secretary of Defense from entering into any contracts for satellite services that pose a cybersecurity risk or where such services are provided by satellites launched from certain foreign countries. On launch, let me be clear what the mark does. It ensures continued focus on the development of a new American-made rocket engine to replace the RD-180. But it does not specify which engine anyone needs to use. It ensures we do not lose existing highly capable launch vehicles like the Delta IV Heavy, and it prioritizes national security specific requirements over new launch vehicles to protect assured access to space and end reliance on Russian-made engines. We simply don't have enough money in the defense budget to build new launch vehicles for as many as 3 commercial companies. We have a provision creating strong oversight processes to ensure the nation's nuclear command, control, and communication systems remain robust and secure during ongoing recapitalization efforts. We authorize the full budget request funding level for the National Nuclear Security Administration's nuclear weapons activities and Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation Program, including critical efforts to modernize the nuclear weapons stockpile. We require the Missile Defense Agency Director to begin development of a space-based sensor layer for ballistic missile defense. This mark authorizes full funding of $705 million for co-production and co-development of Israeli missile defense systems, including Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow. And finally, we give the U.S. Army one last chance to develop a modernized schedule that acceptably meets warfighter requirements for replacement of the legacy Patriot air and missile defense radar system. I urge the committee to support the legislation and in doing so, make America safer. And I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In view of the late hour, I would just say ditto to my friend, the chairman of the subcommittee's remarks, and look forward to the amendment process, which we on the subcommittee have tried to foreshorten. So without further ado, I yield back my time.
I appreciate it. Is there any further discussion of this subcommittee mark? Are there any amendments to this subcommittee? Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Franks.
Apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about the current balance of the funding levels between R&D and procurement for Israeli missile defense programs in this mark. And so I would just ask the gentleman from Alabama, my friend, Chairman Mike Rogers of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, to personally commit that if there are any issues wherein we need to shift funds from R&D to procurement or from procurement to R&D, that he will work with me to ensure that indeed that happens and that we do right by our noble allies in Israel. And I would yield to him such time as he may consume.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona, the Vice Chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, for his interest in Israeli missile defense. I'm proud that H.R. 2810 carries $705 million for U.S.-Israeli missile defense cooperation, fully funding the request from our ally. Since I've been the chairman of this subcommittee, we have provided over $2 billion for missile defense cooperation with Israel. These resources have saved lives in Israel and have created a more stable Middle East. Now, if there's some question about the appropriate mix of R&D funding and procurement funding, I will be happy to work with the gentleman from Arizona to make sure we get it right. You have my word.
Mr. Chairman, just reclaiming my time briefly, I sincerely thank the gentleman from Alabama for his continued commitment to Israel, and I deeply appreciate his assurances and look forward to continuing to work with him on this tremendously important issue moving forward. Mr. Rogers is truly an honorable man, and I have no doubt whatsoever that he will keep his promise. And with that, I would yield back.
Is there further discussion on this subcommittee mark? Are there any amendments to this subcommittee mark? Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin first by commending...
Does the gentleman wish to offer...
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I forgot the process. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
If the clerk would distribute the amendment, without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin again by commending the Chairman of Strategic Forces, Mr. Rogers. He has done an excellent job in balancing important issues for our security, missile defense, our nuke portfolio, and space. And certainly, as was just highlighted, our relationship with Israel and the importance of their missile defense system. So my amendment is by no means a criticism of Mr. Rogers' chairmanship of the Strategic Forces or his work. I find him to be one of the most knowledgeable members. Having been chairman of Strategic Forces, I know of his dedication and his hard work. But I do feel the need to offer this amendment to amend the mark to remove the provisions that establish the Space Corps and call instead for a study on the establishment of Space Corps. Now, this mark is asking us to do something we have not done since 1947. Duncan Hunter asked us to look in the wall in front of us that have the seals of the various service branches, and this would have us add another. Just like the United States Marine Corps, where it says Department of the Navy, this would be Department of the Air Force, United States Space Corps. And my concern is that we just have not risen to the level of the knowledge necessary for us to make a decision that we haven't made since 1947 and put another seal up there. Now, I have a friend that wrote their thesis on the formation of the Air Force for their doctorate, and I read it. And it was a compelling story. because it talked of the work at the White House of the President of the administration, through Congress, through DOD, all of the studies and all of the work that went into the formulation of the Air Force. Now, for the Space Corps, with the work we've done so far, you would not be able to write your thesis. You'd be able to write a memo. And the memo would be, we had several discussions. And even though we had discussions in the subcommittee, when it came down to actually a debate on whether or not there's a Space Corps, we had a meeting. Now, even though I'm an active member of the subcommittee, I was unaware that this was coming until the mark, and I chastised my staff, and I said, you know, how could I not know that this was happening, that we were going to establish another service branch? I think we haven't done since 1947. They said, well, they had a meeting and you missed it. Well, a meeting is certainly not enough. And so my amendment, again, is not to criticize the chairman in any way and or to say that this is not right. I mean, maybe we do need a Space Corps. And Mr. Rogers may very well become the father of the Space Corps, and I would commend him for that. But the issue of what information do we need and the precedent of rising to the level of a subcommittee mark, establishing a service branch is my concern. Now, certainly, I agree with the chairman on the failures in the space program under the Air Force. But a lot of that is our own responsibility. It's our own funding, our own legislative responsibility. It's the administration's responsibility. It's not an org chart responsibility. We're not going to solve this by putting another emblem or seal on our wall. We're only going to solve it by empowering the Air Force, funding the Air Force, and holding an administration accountable. The other concern I have about this is we're doing this coming right off sequestration. What a great message we have for, you know, these are our new priorities, so we're going to go create a new service branch. And obviously, just the minutia that's going to be required for establishing this, I think, is also burdensome and something that we need to consider that should be undertaken in a study. You know, emblems, uniforms, how people report to each other, all of this are issues that I think bear more than a meeting, and they bear more than just discussions in a subcommittee of the Armed Services. We've not had Secretary Mattis here to tell us what this means. We've not had the Secretary of the Air Force. In addition, if you read the bill, it actually requires that the person who becomes the Space Corps join the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're expanding the President's Joint Chiefs of Staff. Certainly we should hear from Secretary of Defense as to whether or not the Joint Chiefs of Staff need to be expanded. But in any event, I agree that this is an important issue. That's why my amendment would reduce this to a study, and it goes to the issue not that saying that this is wrong, but saying that what is the threshold of information that we need before we move forward to start to establish a service branch. Now, I can tell you, as you all probably know, that the Secretary Wilson, Secretary of the Air Force, is opposed. She just got in her job, and she's asking, you know, well, can you give me a chance? There's a new 3-star Deputy Chief of Staff for Space that's designated the A-11 under the Air Force, and she has said this will make it more complex, add more boxes to the organization chart, and cost more money. And if I had more money, I would put it into lethality, not bureaucracy. I don't need another Chief of Staff and another 6 Deputy Chiefs of Staff, and I recognize that the Chairman has put in his mark that she wouldn't have to have 6 Deputy Chiefs of Staff. In fact, she gets to design it, but I know it's the signal of the fact that this is a bureaucracy. And then the Air Force Chief of Staff, who would then get a co-peer, because this doesn't report to him, says this: if you're saying the word separate and space in the same sentence, you're moving in the wrong direction. The Secretary and I are focused on how do we integrate space. So I want to commend the Chair because he has worked diligently and hard to try to integrate space and to try to hold the Air Force accountable and try to get us to accomplish the things that we're not accomplishing. But I just think that as a body, as a committee, there's a whole lot of work that we need to do before we go to the extent of establishing another service branch. And at least one of those steps should be a study, and one of those steps should be a hearing, and it should be in conjunction with the Department of Defense. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments, but I would say there's been nothing short-sighted about this. We have been incredibly deliberative. The fact is, we started working on this last September as a committee vigorously. We have had countless meetings, briefings with experts who have have advised us as to how this should be construed. In fact, this idea
for a Space Corps as one of the solutions to the problem with Air Force space came from the Rumsfeld Commission in 2001 as one of the 4 options that would be a solution. It came again as a part of the Allard Commission several years later. The GAO has done 3 studies on this, all of which have said you cannot maintain the current organizational construct of the Air Force and solve the acquisition problems, the operational problems that we have. This has been studied. You know, this is my 31st year as a legislator. One thing I know as a legislator is if you can't beat it, you try to slow it down and delay it with a study. This is all this is meant to do. The Air Force is like any other bureaucracy. They don't want change, and they certainly don't want Congress telling them they have to change. But this is our role. This is what we're here for. It has been painfully apparent from the briefings we've gotten from our general officers that both Russia and China have nearly caught us in space capabilities and are on a path to surpass us soon. We have a real sense of urgency in our committee. The members of my subcommittee here, Democrat and Republican, have heard these briefings. They know there's a sense of urgency. To delay this, in my view, would be irresponsibly. It would be legislative malpractice for us to delay this. What we are giving, or what we are directing in this language, is for the Air Force to start designing this next year. They don't have to stand it up right now. The Secretary of the Air Force is allowed to design the structure that will facilitate the efficiencies and effectiveness that we need. But I do want you to understand there's been an enormous amount of deliberation in our committee about this. This is not a time for delay. This is a time for action, unless we want to let the Russians and the Chinese surpass us in capability. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cooper.
I would like to reinforce the Chairman's remarks. Whether we like it or not, space is the new warfighting domain, and space has not been given adequate priority by our friends in the Air Force. This is not to criticize the Air Force. They do many things wonderfully well. But this is a new area, a new responsibility that a Corps would help us address more effectively. The Chairman pointed out that we've never faced such threats in space. It's no longer a peaceful area that we can take for granted. The Chinese and the Russians in particular have been aggressive, so we must meet this challenge. And the Space Corps is a good way to do it. The Chairman has been very gentle but firm in his approach. He's had countless meetings over 10 months. I don't know where my friend from Ohio has been. I know he's busy with other responsibilities, but this is an appropriate and, I agree, an historic step to defend America. Because we could wake up one morning, we could be at supper one night and be blinded and deafened by adversary powers. So much of our most precious assets are up in space. We have got to do more to protect them and to develop other capabilities. So I would urge my friends on both sides of the aisle to take this initiative to heart. This is a historic moment for this committee. I'm proud of this moment, and I think it will serve our nation well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back my time.
I'll yield the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Rogers and Mr. Cooper, and just 2 points about it. One, the committee has done a great deal of work on this. I think Mr. Rogers has thought about this for a long period of time and pulled it together in a comprehensive and intelligent way. And also is not just saying, do it right now. It's just saying, Air Force, you need to do this. Get this set up over the course of next year. So I think it's being done in a deliberate and intelligent manner. And then second, what Mr. Cooper said, space has changed. I mean, we took for granted for too long the fact that we dominated space. And for a long time we did. But we don't anymore. I mean, you mentioned China and Russia. Even North Korea has launched a satellite. There are other folks who are out there and involved, and we need to be ready to confront this. And yes, buried deep within the Air Force, you could do that, but it doesn't get the priority that it deserves given how important it is and how it impacts everything that we do. So I thank Mr. Rogers for his leadership on this. I urge support for the amendment.
Let me just yield to myself briefly. First, I want to commend the subcommittee, especially Chairman Rogers and Mr. Cooper. They have spent a tremendous amount of time on this, and they have done it together. in a bipartisan way. As I recall, the first event this subcommittee had this year was a day-long seminar on this topic, on space and the options that years of studies have offered on where we need to go. And I believe there are some changes that the Pentagon cannot make on their own. And it's our job to make those changes. Now, we need to study it. We need to be careful about what we're doing. There are consequences to it. And this is a big change. But I also believe, just like it was Congress that created the Air Force in 1947, when it became time, it was Congress that created the Department of Defense and forced the Army and the Navy together. It was Congress that did Goldwater-Nichols. There are times when an issue becomes developed and ripe, and it is our responsibility to act. And personally, I think space, both what the adversaries are doing and our failures, those things lead me to believe this is the time for us to act. I told Mr. Rogers, and it's dangerous to keep track of one's speeches. I look back when I talked at the space symposium out in Colorado Springs back in the late 90s, where I argued that this was something that we ought to look at, and this was something whose time would come, and I think it has. So just personally, I've been interested in watching this, but the key is Mr. Rogers, Mr. Cooper have talked with an endless number of people over the past year or so, looking back at study after study over the past 15 years plus. I think they've done the work in it, and I think it's time for this to move forward, even though I completely recognize what the gentleman from Ohio said, this is a significant change. I think the world demands significant change in this field right now, and so I support what the subcommittee is doing. Other comments about the Turner Amendment? Mr. Bacon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the chairman on this. I don't think it's a matter of if when it comes to a Space Force, it's a matter of when. And I don't think this is really a reflection of what the Air Force has done here. They've worked this hard. I believe they've shown due diligence. They've worked hard to provide us the best Space Force possible. But I think we've gone from a time when space was supporting ground, air, and sea, primarily a supporting role. We're now transitioning to where the warfighting will actually be done in space. And I think that changes the game. That means we need to grow a Space Force, space professionals, grow a space culture, and people that a service that's totally dedicated towards space control. So I think we're at that point where we need to move this direction. I think it also will help us consolidate the many space offices that we have in the multiple services, and also consolidate the many acquisition resources that we have out there and put it under one space service. So I think there's also some chances for an opportunity for savings. And with that, I yield back, and I support where the chairman is going. Thank you.
Ms. McSally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your thoughts on this. I'm not on that subcommittee. I'm on 3 other subcommittees, and this is honestly the first time I've heard about a major reorganization to our Air Force and Department of Defense. And I would just think that something this significant, if it was, we're at that point in our committee that we would have some hearings or discussions at the full committee level, hear from the Secretary of Defense, hear from the Secretary of the Air Force, just as Mr. Turner said. I remember being deployed on over to Saudi Arabia pre-9/11 and running combat search and rescue, and there was a space cell over next to us, and I was like, hey, what do you guys do? You know, I'm just a fighter pilot, and not really understanding all that they brought to the fight. But we learned what they brought to the fight. We integrated them operationally, and there's tremendous capabilities both in targeting and many other elements that this is about, from my view, just further integration, not further separation and bureaucracy. So I want to associate myself with Mr. Turner's amendment on this. Again, I appreciate the chairman's leadership, but again, for those of us who are not on the subcommittee, this is sort of a shocking first time we've heard about a very major reorganization to our military, and I just think it deserves a couple of hearings and discussions on the matter at the full committee level. I yield back.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I
you know, we certainly all understand the threats in space, and we know that that is where everything is heading. And I guess, you know, I'd like to associate myself with what Ms. McSally said, that this is the first time on reorganization that any of us have heard on it. I like to pride myself a little bit in staying informed, and yet we've not had any type of full committee hearings on this issue. Either that or I've missed them. And so I would like, if I can, within the limits of my time, ask Mr. Rogers, whom I have great respect for, why would the Air Force, which handles 1/3 of their mission is space, and they see it as a growing third to half, and they see it as a future, why would the Air Force not be able to handle the mission? If the gentleman would care to answer. Thank you.
That's a great question. And the fact is, air dominance is their #1 mission. You heard General Bacon talk about this cultural component, and that's the problem. We have the greatest Air Force the world has ever seen, because their #1 mission when they come to work every day is air dominance, to be the best air dominant force on the planet. You can't have two #1 missions. The fact is, space is one of several collateral missions that are subordinate and will always be subordinate as long as they're in the Air Force. That's the problem I have. If you want to make space, the space professionals, the best they can be, they need to come to work every day knowing space dominance is the #1 mission. That culture can only be bred if we segregate them, properly resource them, educate and develop them so that they can meet these new challenges. Because the fact is, when I first came here along with Mr. Turner 15 years ago, space was not that integral in warfighting. Today it is absolutely integral, just like it is in our commercial lives. If you've got a handheld phone that you look at, you're using space when you use that phone. If you put your debit card or credit card in a gas pump to get gas, you're using space. If you are a farmer and you have tractors, you're using space for plowing the fields. Space is an integral part of our lives. It's an integral part of the military. Unfortunately, the Air Force, with its organizational bureaucracy, has not been able to fix the problems that exist in space, and I don't believe they ever will. If I did, it would be much easier just to let them do it.
Well, and if I could reclaim my time for some additional query. You know, Abraham Lincoln said nothing good can be frustrated by time, and I think in that he's accurate. And I perfectly understand if you want to bury something, do a study or committee, but there are times when it is necessary for us to really look and examine an issue. And so I guess my question is, what would the harm be other than, well, we've been digging into this for 31 years, but that's not true of the committee. 2/3 of this committee, 2/3 of Congress has been elected since 2010. Many of us veterans that have been kind of on the user end of a lot of the things that we discuss on this committee. What would the harm be to have full committee hearings and deliberations, to hear from the Secretary of Defense, to hear from NASA, to hear from the Air Force? So what would be the harm in doing that, if you would, sir?
That's a great question, and there is no harm. And there's nothing that prohibits us from doing that after we pass this. And while the Air Force is designing the new Space Corps, to have these different people come before the full committee while this process is going on, because you keep in mind, they're to report back to us for us to implement what they designed the next year's NDAA. So we can go forward with the full committee hearings and briefings that you're talking about collaterally while this is moving forward in the Air Force.
Well, and I appreciate the gentleman's answers to that, and thank you for taking the time to do that. I guess my own thinking on it, and again, I have great admiration for both you and Mr. Turner. I don't have a dog in this fight. I have the highest regard for the chairman and the ranking member, but yet I personally would like a little more deliberation. Maybe that seems selfish or unfair, but because of that, I will be supporting Mr. Turner's amendment, because how do we know that the Air Force is not capable? I mean, they've gone from ground attack transitions, they've gone through different support transitions, logistics, we are even talking about re-entry and outer space from ground to space. So we're going to cross some fears here, and for that, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think some of us are expressing a feeling of unease. I realize I've only talked about studying stuff, and I guess I'm talking about that again right now. Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask you a question. Is the vision of going forward on this to actually establish a core, I mean, the Marine Corps has like over 300,000. This would have less than 50,000. Is that the done deal at the end of the day, or are we really going to be looking at where it should fit in the overall structure program? If I could just ask how you envision that going forward.
My understanding is that the vision would be for a Space Corps underneath the Air Force in a similar sort of relationship to the Marine Corps underneath the Navy. So you have the civilian overseers, just like you have with the Navy, but you, as far as the uniform, it would be a separate, essentially.
Before I conclude, then, may I yield at least a minute to Mr. Turner?
Thank you. I just want to emphasize again that if you support this amendment, you're not saying that we don't need a Space Corps. You're saying that we don't have enough information to do that. I am a very active member of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, and I have not, and I appreciate Mr. Cooper, I have not made it to every discussion, but I know that of the discussion level, it has been on the problems of the Air Force, not on designing a Space Corps. And that's really what I think we need is hearings on designing a Space Corps before we legislatively command a Space Corps. Now, with respect to Mr. Rogers' statements about the Air Force and their job for air dominance, you can't accomplish air dominance without space. Everything we do includes space. And the question of whether or not the Air Force can do it or not, you're not taking it away from the Air Force. You're creating another organization under the Air Force, so they're still doing it. And we're changing organizational boxes under the same organization rather than tasking and funding and working strategically to ensure their performance. Again, my only concern is that I think there's a whole lot more information that we all should have before we go to that level, and that's why I offered the amendment. And I would certainly appreciate your intention, the needs that we have in space, but I think we should be well informed of both the negatives of doing this and the positives of doing this before we would undertake imposing this. I yield back.
If I could reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman, I think all of us are saying the same thing. We want to move into space significantly. The Air Force is saying the same thing. We all want to do that. There is some concern, though, as far as how fast we go and in what direction we go. And with a little bit more input coming from the Air Force, I'd feel much more comfortable with that. So I think either with the Turner Amendment or the underlying bill, we're still going to move in that direction, I'm assuming. But how far we go and what kinds of commitment we go to where the end of the line is the question that we have here. And I would err on this side on an element of caution. I'll yield back.
Mr. Bridenstine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a few observations because I'm on Chairman Rogers' committee. I've been hearing him talk about this for well over a year. I saw Chairman Rogers at the Space Symposium give a speech on it, and I've seen more media about this, and I've seen Chairman Rogers bring more attention within the media on what's happening in space than I've seen since my time in Congress and, quite frankly, in my entire life. Chairman Rogers has been, making sure everybody is as well aware of this as he could do with the media and everything else. So the idea that this is new is absolutely not true. This was a recommendation of Donald Rumsfeld's commission, which, by the way, was even before he was Secretary of Defense, and that commission was very bipartisan, as has been all of our discussions on this inside the Strategic Forces Subcommittee. So it's not new. It hasn't been a secret. It's been so well publicized in the media. Chairman Rogers has given plenty of speeches on this, so I'd just like to go on record supporting Chairman Rogers in this effort and oppose the amendment.
Mr. Garamendi.
With specific regard to the amendment, it's going to be a study that speaks to the Secretary of Air Force deciding if it is an interim report on whether there is a strategic need to establish a Space Corps. We've already heard from the Secretary that she thinks not. There is no need for it. Those of us that have served with Mr. Rogers on the committee and gone through multiple hearings on all of the various pieces of the Air Force that deal with space, I don't know if they share my conclusion, but my conclusion is there's mass confusion as to, and therefore an inability to focus on the overarching need. I also recall in some of our hearings that the Chinese government has totally reorganized its military, and one of their sections is space. I see Mr. Rogers confirming what I think my memory told me, and apparently it is accurate. They did it for a very special reason, as I recall. They recognized that it is the critical frontier of the next war, if there is to be one, or the next peace. If we fail to recognize the strategic importance of space, well, let me put it the other way. If we recognize the strategic importance of it, there probably won't be a war. But if we fail to, we leave ourselves vulnerable, and therefore the deterrent effect is lost. We really need to focus and pull together all of the various elements involved in space issues. And unfortunately, Mr. Turner's amendment is all too often a way of avoiding a necessary issue. I don't know that this would become law this time. I know the chairman would want very much to push this forward and try to make it law this time. But if we accept the proposed amendment, it will simply be buried, and this issue will tend to not be addressed. So I would oppose the amendment in hopes that the Space Corps, as in the mark, would continue and cause us all to focus on something that is critically important. I suspect that I'm probably misinterpreting Mr. Turner's intent here, but we've seen a lot of studies, and it's a great way of avoiding the reality of the problem. So I think, Mr. Turner, as well-intended you may be, you're about to bury a very, very important issue in another study, and therefore I oppose your amendment.
Other discussion on the Turner amendment? Mr. McEachin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recall shortly after we were brought into this Congress and assigned to this committee, we had that day-long meeting on the challenges of space. I personally don't know what else we need to study to go forward with the Space Command. I had to laugh to myself, and when I say laugh to myself, I laughed in an admiring way when Mr. Bishop quoted 1776, and so I will share with you my quotation from 1776, that one useless man is called a disgrace, two or more are called a law firm, and three are called a Congress. And then John Adams goes on to say that all we do is twiddle, piddle, and never resolve. Well, let's not do that in this case. Let's go forward with all due respect to the patron of the amendment. Let's reject the amendment, and let's get on with the establishment of Space Command. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from Ohio requests for a recorded vote, and there is support for that. Further proceedings on the amendment for Mr. Turner will be postponed. Next, we'll turn to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority.
Without objection, is so ordered. If the clerk will distribute en bloc package number 1. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the en bloc package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Amendment number 51R1 by Mr. Larson to extend the current prohibition on mobile GBSD through 2019. Amendment number 26R1 by Mr. Lamborn concerning improved reporting for anti-smuggling radiation detection systems. Amendment number 81R1 by Mr. Desjardins regarding a briefing by the NNSA administrator on aging facilities in the nuclear enterprise. Amendment number 136R1 by Ms. Hartzler regarding an increase in the NNSA minor construction threshold. Amendment number 188R1 by Mr. Carbajal regarding a report on the impacts of nuclear proliferation. Amendment number 260R1 by Mr. Khanna regarding an assessment of design trade options of the W-80 warhead, and amendment number 267 by Mr. Brooks regarding annual selected acquisition reports on certain hardware related to defense nuclear proliferation.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment, the en bloc amendment? Now we'll proceed to vote on it. All those in favor of the en bloc amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. I think you won that one. It is adopted. Next amendment we're turning to is 251 by Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi, I'm sorry, I'm recognizing you first. I'm getting ahead of myself. You have an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk, yes.
And the clerk or whoever is running the magic electronic stuff will send it to everybody and mysteriously will appear to you. You are now recognized for your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry I didn't respond more quickly. Suddenly there was a change in the voice and I didn't know exactly what was going on, but now that I do, I'll take up my amendment.
We're much more efficient now, yes. You're recognized.
Indeed you are. And I'll try to be also. The LSRO has been debated by this committee over and over again, and I suppose I'm going to continue to cause a debate about it. It's been very controversial. There are many who suggest, including former Secretaries of Defense and other, that it creates an unnecessary risk of miscalculation, lowers the threshold for nuclear use, not necessary to preserve U.S. nuclear deterrence, and it will cost over $20 billion in the years ahead, money that we could use for many, many other things. There are those who say, well, all that's not true, and besides that, we've had cruise missiles for a long time. They've been used both by the United States, most recently did some chemical attack or attack about some chemical use in Syria, and the Russians have also used them, and nobody thought it was going to create a question about whether it's a nuclear cruise missile or not, but I would just say that none of those cruise missiles were aimed at the United States, China, or Russia. Had they been, maybe there would have been some question whether or not they were nuclear or conventional. Anyway, this amendment tries to deal with all of that controversy in a way that gives us some time. Now, having just argued that we don't take time, I'm now on the other side of the question, so please forgive me. But because of the controversy involved about the cruise missile and the fact that our current Secretary of Defense, when specifically asked about the need for one, he said, quote, I need to look at that one. My going in position is that it makes sense, but I have to look at it in terms of its deterrence capability, unquote. Rather interesting quote, because he went on to say, I registered loud and clear the potential destabilizing view that some of the people see this weapon bringing, and I'm taking that on board. And I've got to do more study, and indeed, he will be doing more study. So what this amendment does is to simply fence in the spending for the cruise missile that is in the mark itself, and says it's going to stay fenced, that is not spent, until two conditions are met. The nuclear posture review is completed, and two, the Secretary of Defense certifies that the LRSO is consistent with and necessary to meet the posture requirements in the nuclear posture review. All of that seems to make an awful lot of sense to me, and I hope to the committee, so that we don't move forward expeditiously, but rather cautiously, given all the concerns that this particular missile has, until we see what the new administration offers us in the new nuclear posture review, which is supposed to be done on an accelerated schedule. Assuming that it actually is done on an accelerated schedule and the Secretary makes his certifications, then the fence, the spending fence, would be removed and it would go forward. This is a whole lot less than I would like to do, but it's what I think we ought to do at this moment, and therefore I offer this amendment. And I yield back my remaining 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Mr. Rogers.
I thank the chairman, and I think the gentleman, Mr. Garamendi, is a very thoughtful and diligent member of my committee, but unfortunately I'm going to have to oppose this amendment. It is opposed by many of our senior military officers. They have repeatedly described the urgent need for an LRSO and the declining reliability of the outcome it will replace. In fact, they testified before this committee in March in this room on this exact issue. Here's the nation's second highest ranking military officer, the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Silva. Quote, outcomes were designed and built in the 1970s with a 10-year lifespan. We know today they remain relevant, but we can't continue to maintain them. A decade from now, those weapons will not be able to penetrate Russian air defenses, and therefore there's an urgency to their replacement, close quote. And at the same hearing, the STRATCOM commander, General Hyten, said, quote, the aging ALCOM is several decades past its planned end of service life and facing increasing reliability and survivability challenges. The LRSO is the first missile system developed in unison with a nuclear warhead in mind for many decades. Limiting resources or funding of either component will disrupt its entire concept to capability timeline, close quote. The gentleman's amendment would do exactly what these generals are warning us not to do. It would limit funding for both the missile and the warhead. In fact, this amendment fences 78% of the funding for the cruise missile and almost 50% of the funding for the warhead. Some argue we should just slow the program down a bit because the NPR may propose to cancel it. Well, just last week, General Hyten responded to this exact question. Here's that exchange. Questioner, quote, on LRSO, the cruise missile, do you think we should defer funding, defer the program until the nuclear posture review is done, close quote. General Hyten's response, quote, I wish we had a schedule that allowed this to happen, but we don't. Because if you want to see an ancient weapon system, go look at the ALCOM cruise missile now at Minot. It's a miracle it can even fly. We can't defer it, close quote. He went on to say, I would strongly urge Congress not to slow down any element of the triad. If this administration makes a decision on the NPR that we're going a different direction, great. We'll understand what that is and we'll adjust. But because of the place we find ourselves in, the entire nuclear modernization program, we can't slow down anything at all. We actually need to accelerate them, not decelerate them, close quote. But it's not just me and the entire military leadership that know we need an LRSO, it's the Obama administration. Here's President Obama's Assistant Secretary of Defense, Bob Scheer, testifying before my subcommittee last year. Quote, the Obama administration's decision to field a modern ALCOM replacement is essential to maintain the ALCOM's unique contribution to stable and effective deterrence. The LRSO is an important element of the modernization program designed to support the policy objective of maintaining strategic stability with Russia and China. And then finally, here's President Obama's last Undersecretary of State for Arms Control, Rose Gottmiller, who's nobody's idea of a nuclear hawk, testifying before the Senate last year. She said, quote, first, the LRSO is consistent with our arms control commitments and President Obama's Prague agenda. Second, the LRSO supports strategic stability and does not undermine it. Third, it is important in the eyes of our allies. She went on to say, there is no evidence that the LRSO or our nuclear modernization program are promoting an action-reaction cycle or catalyzing arms races. The LRSO is valuable in maintaining strategic stability, close quote. Pursuing the LRSO was the Obama administration's plan. It is strongly endorsed by our military and now the Trump administration. Slowing this program down is a terrible idea. I urge my colleagues to listen to the advice of our senior military officers and vote no on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would support Mr. Garamendi's amendment. And first of all, this delays the program. And there are a lot of arguments against this, but I'll make one that I've made before. If we're going to properly fund the military, we and what not to fund. And I think one of the biggest areas that we haven't yet discussed where this is problematic is in nuclear modernization. Now, I fully agree that we need a strong and robust nuclear deterrent for a wide variety of reasons, Russia being primary among them. However, it is a it's over $1 trillion is the estimation. We have got to make some choices in terms of how we put together a nuclear deterrent force that meets our needs. Our adversaries, well, particularly China, are able to have a credible nuclear deterrent for vastly less money than we spend. So the more money that we spend on the nuclear side is the less money that we're able to spend on a lot of the other items that we're talking about here today. Ships, readiness, the size of our in-strength in the Army and the Marine Corps. So at some point we have to make a choice. We can't have everything. I mean, if you take any one piece of the defense budget in isolation and say, is this important? You can make an incredibly powerful argument for it. But again, it doesn't add up. We don't have enough money to do all of this, which again is why we don't have a 5-year defense plan. Because I guess we just want to close our eyes and stick our fingers in our ears and pretend like the future isn't coming. We have to start making choices. So to delay this, to give us a chance to look at nuclear modernization and figure out what we need and what we can afford, I think makes the most sense. And the other point, which I will make later in an amendment that I have on Russia, is where Russia truly threatens us right now isn't in nuclear forces. It isn't even in conventional forces. It's in hybrid. It is in their efforts to meddle not just in our election, but in elections across Europe. It is in a disinformation campaign where they put out stories to advance their interests that aren't true. Now, the most recent example of this, as we all know, there is a split right now in the Arab world between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, with Qatar on one side, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Egypt on the other side. Lots of causes for that, but one of them was a speech that the foreign minister of Qatar was credited with giving, which was highly complimentary of Iran, which led Saudi Arabia and others to be even more concerned about how closely Qatar is connected to Iran and really sort of kicked this off. The only fascinating part about that is the foreign minister of Qatar never gave that speech. You can go to the conference where he didn't speak. And it has been traced back again to Russian hackers. They made up this story to drive a wedge between our allies in the Middle East. If we are concerned with deterring Russia, we got to spend money on cyber. We got to spend money on our own information campaign. And again, it's about those choices. Does the LRSO give us a capability? Absolutely. Everything does. But at some point, we have to make a choice. And again, thus far, this committee doesn't make it. We keep spending the money and keep hoping that at some point it will appear. So I support Mr. Garamendi's amendment to give us a little more time to think about how to spend money on our upgrading of our nuclear posture.
Thank you. Ms. Songas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield my time to Mr. Garamendi.
I'd asked for this additional time prior to the ranking member's discussion about making choices. And I would just urge all the committee to begin the process of making choices. We are well into a $1 trillion upgrade of our nuclear arsenal, every piece of it, without really thinking long and hard about exactly what it is we want it to accomplish. And we absolutely need to do that. This is going, if we continue down this path, and the LSRO is but one of the elements here, we're going to find ourselves not having money for a variety of other things that we must do. The ranking member very appropriately spelled out an area in which we know we are vulnerable and we are not taking either the adequate defense or an adequate offense. So I think I'll let it go at that, but I really want this committee, over the work that we're going to do this year and next year and beyond, to think seriously about what is the purpose of the nuclear enterprise. What is the purpose of the new Columbia submarines and the missiles that will be on them and the warheads that will be on those? What is the purpose of the new B-21 bomber, stealth bomber, penetrating bomber? Presumably that will also be carrying a penetrating LSRO, a new stealth cruise missile. What is this all about? Is that for conventional warfare, or is that for nuclear warfare? And is it a strategic, or is it a tactical? We really have not gotten into that discussion. We will soon have a new posture review, nuclear posture review from the administration. And that's necessary to know where this administration wants to go with regard to our nuclear enterprise. This is simply a delay until such time as that comes forward, and we'll have a chance to deal with that. But I would hope this committee on a whole does what we have been debating vigorously in the subcommittee, and that is, what is the nuclear enterprise all about? What is its purpose? And if that purpose is conventional war, then that leads us down one path. If the purpose is deterrence, that's another path. Or is it both paths? In which case, we're going to spend a pile of money on the nuclear enterprise if it's both conventional as well as strategic. So I just offer that and let it go and realize that we're probably going to lose this amendment, and I yield back the remaining time.
And I yield back.
All right. Now, Doug, you're not yielding to somebody, are you? You're not yielding to somebody, are you? Okay, then you're recognized. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. And briefly, I'd like to remind my colleague from California who wants to make all these choices and have discussion, the choices have been made. The train has left the station. President Obama promised that we would modernize our nuclear forces, which the stockpile is deteriorating. And we are starting to build the new submarines, the new B-21 bomber. So all of this is actually taking place, and the amendment is addressing just the W-84. That's another piece of it. These are and should be moving forward. And the reason President Obama made this promise and we started funding, maybe not quite as fast as I would like, but we've started doing this, is because it was to pass the New START treaty. So these decisions have been made. We are moving forward, and this I just see as a delaying tactic that we should not give into. And you talk about deterrence. Yes, that's one purpose of our nuclear enterprise, but there's another purpose, and that is we provide a nuclear umbrella for about 30 other countries. And we have to have a reliable nuclear stockpile and enterprise for that umbrella to not develop leaks. If it becomes a leaky umbrella, then we will see all kinds of expense worldwide, and we don't want, in a way that you don't want, and an arms race and so on. So this is so important that we continue with what we've decided on up till today. Let's reject this amendment because this is simply another delaying tactic. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? If not, we'll call a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. No. And the chair, the noes have it. It's not agreed to. All right, we'll now turn to Mr. Smith. And if you do this quickly, there will not be sage grouse in the base bill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do it very quickly then. As most of you know, Russia has been in violation of the AUMF treaty, the intermediate.
I'm sorry. I hate to do this to you. Call up the amendment.
Okay. Yeah, I know. You're new at that. I'm sorry. I have an amendment amendment on the computer.
The amendment will be sent to everybody. I'm sorry. Now go ahead.
All right. Thank you. This has to do with Russia's violation of the intermediate. Well, I don't know what IMF stands for, I confess, but they're in violation of that treaty. It's part of a larger bill that I have to basically try to counter what Russia is doing to threaten us. I am going to withdraw this. I know we're having a larger discussion about how to best deal with Russia's violation of this treaty. I think sanctions are certainly an option that we should put on the table, but for the purposes of Mr. Bishop's promise, I will withdraw, and we can move on to the next amendment.
And never trust me. All right, thank you for the withdrawal. Ms. Spears, you're recognized. Do you have something?
I have amendment at the desk.
Will be sent to everyone. You're now recognized for your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to offer and withdraw this amendment. This particular amendment prohibits final production decision on deployment of the Standard Missile 3 Block 2A interceptors until the cause of the June 21st test failure is identified, fixed, and verified. What we do know is that when it was released, it missed its target over the Pacific. The system is an important component of our layered integrated defense against ballistic missile threats. The co-development of Block 2A with Japan, with shared funding and engineering responsibilities, is a model for cooperation on defense acquisition, and is something the Department really needs to be doing a lot more of. But this latest test shows the system still needs more work before final production. This amendment would delay a final production decision and deployment of the SM-3 Block 2A system until after the Missile Defense Agency, in coordination with the Director of Operational Tests and Evaluations, identifies and fixes the cause of the failure. This is a common sense amendment, but I'm not going to go any further on it, and I will withdraw it.
Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Turner, do you have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my request for recorded vote on my amendment.
Is there any objection? Thank you. So ordered. Mr. Rogers, do you have an en blanc? Staff distribute it? Do your will. Mr. Rogers, eventually you will be recognized to do the en blanc, which could happen any minute now.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call upon block package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On block package number 2 is comprised of the following. Amendment number 99R1 by Ms. Spear concerning the offense to GMD program until there is a certification that the risk from foreign objects debris has been minimized. Amendment number 130R1 by Ms. Davis to require a briefing on commonality between the GBSD program and the Trident D5 Life Extension Program. Amendment number 156R1 by Mr. Larson to require NNSA to include an assessment of affordability consistent with GAO recommendations. Amendment number 158R1 also by Mr. Larson regarding a report from DOD on Russian and Chinese defense policy and how it relates to the U.S. missile defense policy. Amendment number 252R1 by Mr. Cooper concerning a modification to the reporting requirement of the reclassification of defense nuclear waste. Amendment number 269R1 by Mr. Brooks to encourage the acceleration of the Conventional Prompt Global Strike Program to permit early deployment by 2022. Amendment number 275R1 by Mr. Franks to require NNSA to plan for and carry out a nuclear weapon design competition. Amendment number 286R2 by Mr. Kaufman regarding a limitation on the availability of funds related to the AEHF program. Amendment number 294R1 by Ms. Stefanik to require a full spectrum of contributing factors to be included in the decision for the next continental U.S. interceptor site. Amendment number 320R1 by Mr. Hunter regarding a restriction on funding for an alternative solid rocket propellant source until after an independent study.
Is there discussion about en bloc number 2? If not, the question's on the amendments offered by the gentleman from Alabama. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendments are adopted. If there are no further amendments to this section of the mark, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report for the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces as amended.
Questions on adoption of the motion of the gentleman from Alabama. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Quorum being present, the motion is adopted. The committee will now consider the chairman's mark, which includes full committee provisions. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, will postpone recorded votes on amendments until a mutually agreed time. In my opening statement for the full bill, I pretty much highlighted this. I don't intend to talk more about it. I don't see Mr. Smith, so I'm not sure if he does either. Does anybody else? He doesn't. Anybody else like to talk about the full committee portion of the mark? Man, y'all are good. Are there any amendments to the full committee portion of the mark? I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved by the minority. Without objection, it is so ordered. The clerk will distribute the en bloc package. Without objection, they are considered as read. I'd yield myself to describe the package. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Amendment number 42R1 by Mr. Lamborn to avoid over-reliance on lowest price technically acceptable source selections. Amendment number 58 by Ms. Shea Porter to assist small businesses seeking contract opportunities. Amendment number 61R1 by Mr. Byrne to require GAO review of contractor business system rules. Amendment 113R1 by Mr. Larson regarding standard guidelines for evaluating service contracts. Amendment number 170R1 by Ms. Hanabusa to extend the spending cap on service contracts. Amendment number 311 by Mr. Gallagher to include federal prison industries products in online marketplaces. Amendment number 314R1 by Mr. Lamborn to require briefing on canceled contract solicitations. Is there any further discussion about en bloc package number 1? If not, the question is on en bloc package number 1. So many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendments are agreed to. We're sure Swazi's going to... Okay. Further amendments to the full committee section of the mark. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment.
Okay. You get points for that. Gentleman from California, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the cloud.
And if the clerk will beam the amendment to the members, without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pretty simple. This amendment provides military spouses the same exceptions granted to their active duty sponsors for purchasing firearms. If you're stationed at Camp Pendleton and you're from Florida, when you go to a gun store at Camp Pendleton, you can show your orders that you're permanently stationed there, and you can buy a weapon in that state. That works for just about every state. Unfortunately, the spouses, most of which are women, don't have the same ability. They're not able to purchase a weapon if they're at Camp Pendleton. They're not able to buy a gun. And so this simply gives spouses the same rights as their active duty sponsor when they're at a permanent duty station. And that's about it. I yield back.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Garamendi.
A question to the author of the amendment. How does this interact with current California law with regard to the purchase of firearms?
If you show a permanent change of station, you're considered a California resident, just like anybody, the active duty members.
And does it override in any way the California laws, which are rather extensive?
No, it's simply the law views you as a resident of the state, just like it does. Just like if you're active duty military and you're stationed at Camp Pendleton, you don't get an exception for the waiting period and all the different rules associated. You're just considered a Californian to buy a weapon while you're stationed there for 2 years.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question occurs on the motion, on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Hunter. So many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Gentlelady from Florida.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Gentlelady is recognized on her amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm offering an amendment that would establish an Asia-Pacific Defense Commission that would be comprised of U.S. security officials and their counterparts in the region. The purpose of this commission is to establish a U.S.-led security coordinating body that would serve as a signal to our allies and partners that the U.S. commitment to the region is credible and enduring. I recently had the opportunity to travel to the Asia-Pacific region with the chairman and my colleagues on the committee last month. And we heard concerns from our allies and partners in the region about what the future of U.S. economic, diplomatic, and security engagement will be in the region. At the same time, we're also seeing bilateral and multilateral relationships between countries in the Asia-Pacific form and strengthen in new ways. And as we look to create a more prosperous economic future for the United States, abandoning our investments in the security of the Asia-Pacific region is an opportunity cost we can't afford. So this Asia-Pacific Defense Commission would focus on finding ways to strengthen counterterrorism operations, improve regional maritime security and interdiction activities, bolster regional cybersecurity cooperation and enhance military readiness, facilitate arms control exports, and strengthen intelligence coordination among allies. Earlier this year, this committee heard from the PACOM commander, Admiral Harris, about the importance of investing in our security alliances. And when I raised this idea with Admiral Harris, he said, quote, "I think the legislation that you've described, I think they're excellent." So I understand this amendment refers to other committees, which is why I will withdraw the amendment. But first, I'd like to yield to Ms. Bordallo for comments she may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the establishment of a Joint Asia Defense Commission will ensure a clear unity of effort when addressing the challenges that face our nation and our partners in the Indo-Asia Pacific region. The Joint Commission seeks to provide increased security through partnership, training, information sharing, and exercises. The Commission will facilitate partner and ally capability growth that will address the growing challenges to regional security in the Indo-Asia Pacific region. As many senior officials and colleagues have raised, security in the Indo-Asia Pacific region is at risk. The Joint Commission is a necessary measure to ensure the challenges in the region are met with a collaborative solution that incorporates our partners' strength and capabilities. And so I join my colleague, Mrs. Murphy, in support of this effort.
Mr. Chair,
I yield back.
I withdraw my amendment and I yield back.
Gentlelady withdraws her amendment. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved by the minority. Without objection, as so ordered. The clerk will distribute en bloc package number 2. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 2 comprises the following. Amendment number 28 by Mr. Jones that redesignates the Department of Navy as the Department of Navy and Marine Corps. Amendment number 36R2 by Mr. Cook to require a briefing on direct commercial sales of firearms. Amendment number 57 by Ms. Shea Porter to honor the fallen heroes of World War I. Amendment number 59R1 by Ms. Shea Porter to require an anti-corruption strategy for contingency operations. Amendment number 68 by Mr. Conaway regarding audit standards. Amendment number 69 by Mr. Conaway reaffirming support for the Democratic Republic of Georgia. Amendment number 70 by Mr. Conaway reaffirming support to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Amendment number 110R1 by Ms. Bordallo to authorize funding for the execution of the 2010 Compact Review Agreement for Palau. Amendment number 157R2 by Mr. Larson to increase funding for the State Partnership Program. Amendment number 198R2 by Mr. Langevin to require a briefing on unmanned aerial systems in support of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief missions. Is there a further discussion on en bloc package number 2? Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take just a couple minutes to thank you
the ranking member in the many years that this effort to rename the Department of Navy to be Navy and Marine Corps, which is the 16th year. And I want to say to those listening to on this committee tonight, don't ever give up on your fight. We have not won this yet. But let me tell you, I have Camp Lejeune Marine Base in my district, Cherry Point Marine Air Station. And when the war in Iraq was going at the highest of Marines being killed, I had one family to come to me and say to me, Congressman, we are proud to be part of the one fighting team, Navy and Marine Corps. But why is it that this condolence letter that I received only said Department of Navy, Washington, D.C., with some type of Navy flag in the corner? The only thing it ever said about the Marine was the name of the Marine in the first sentence and United States Marine Corps. That's all it ever said. We got in the Congress of the 111th Congress, we had 425 House members to sign the bill that we put in that year. Pat Roberts himself, a Marine lieutenant captain, got 79 Senate members to sign the same bill in the Senate. One senator who's always followed us on this is Senator McCain. And I hope this year, as I've grown older and he's grown older, let's honor the Marine Corps and treat them as one fighting team and respect them for what they have done for this country. So thank you for putting this in the en bloc section, and I will go to the Senate in the next month and reach every senator that is a Marine and ask them to please join in this effort. Thank you very much.
Further discussion on en bloc package number 2? If not, the question occurs on en bloc package number 2. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Being the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendments are agreed to. Further amendments on the full committee portion of the bill. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. O'Rourke.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this country, this Congress authorized the use of military force following the attacks of 9/11, 2001. And we have been at war for almost the full 16 years since then. And I think it's incredibly important for the oversight of these wars that we're fighting to know just who it is that we are fighting in the different countries. And so if the chairman will allow me, it is a very short amendment. I want to read it so everyone understands what we're talking about. It's congressional notice of changes to list of associated forces, affiliates, and adherents of al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Notice required not later than 30 days after the date on which a change is made to the list of entities that are associated forces, affiliates, or adherents of al-Qaeda or the Taliban, as maintained by the Department of Defense. The Secretary of Defense shall provide notice to the appropriate congressional committees of such change. Any such notice shall include the legal and factual justification for such change. It seems like a very modest proposal to ask that the members of Congress who have the responsibility and are accountable for overseeing the wars that we wage, the longest war in this country's history, in Afghanistan, but also now in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, in Libya, and Somalia, that we know just who we are fighting. And so I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to make sure that we have full transparency and informed oversight so that we make the best decisions for the prosecution of this war and supporting our service members whose lives are on the line in our effort to execute it. With that, I yield back to the chair.
Sorry, did the gentleman from Texas withdraw his amendment? As I understand, this has a sequential referral issue which the Foreign Affairs Committee has not waived on.
Mr. Chairman, I do not, but I'd be happy to
tell you why if you'd allow me the time. gentleman is happy to, I'm happy to listen to the gentleman, but as you know, if there are, if a provision will result in a referral to another committee, we do not allow that amendment to offer because that diverts us from going to the floor. But
yeah. So as I just read, we're in this amendment, if we were to pass it, asking the Secretary of Defense to notify the Committee of Oversight who it is that we are fighting and what the legal and factual justification for that is. I don't, and I'm not an attorney, but I don't understand why this is not our business within this committee and why we should not have that information in order to make informed decisions. I'm obviously very happy to listen to those who understand this issue better, but I would love for this body to ultimately make that decision and for us to take ownership of our responsibilities, which I feel, with all due respect, we have failed to do in overseeing these wars. And I want to make sure that we have the information to make those decisions. But I'm happy to listen to the reason that this should be referred to some other committee.
Well, let me just say to the gentleman, it's not our decision to make. It's the parliamentarians of the House that make the referral decisions. In this, I'm not the parliamentarian of the House. In this case, however, the issue of authorization for use of military force is not in the jurisdiction of this committee. It's in the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Committee. My guess is when the gentleman starts talking about associated forces, which relate to whom we are authorized to use military force again, that gets into, at least partially, the jurisdiction of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and that is indeed what the parliamentarian has told us. Now, on the substance of the matter, I'm very sympathetic with the gentleman, and I think we've talked before. I believe Congress needs to reauthorize the authorization for the use of military force, update it to reflect the way the enemy has changed, the way the circumstances have changed. But regardless of the merits of any particular amendment, the long practice, longer than I have been here, is that an amendment that gets referred to another committee, which that committee has not waived on, is something that cannot be considered here because that means we can't go to the floor. This whole bill gets referred to that committee. And so I'm sure the gentleman understands that given the magnitude of this bill, we cannot afford to have sequential referrals on other committees, and that's the reason that we do that. So my lawyer is telling me, then I say, it is my determination that your amendment would expose NDAA to a sequential referral, therefore I must rule your well-intentioned amendment out of order.
Thank you.
Hey. He's a compassionate lawyer. What can I say? Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. Okay. Gentleman withdraws his amendment, or it's out of order, whichever way we go. Next, gentleman from Massachusetts have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on the amendment on the table, an authorization for the use of military force. For nearly 16 years, the authorization for the use of military force, hastily constructed after September 11, 2001, has been used to underpin combat operations and the deployment of American service members across the world. While appropriate for the initial fight against al-Qaeda in the months that followed that horrific attack, these mere 60 words have been used to justify at least 37 distinct military operations in 14 different countries since its original passage. I, along with many other members of this committee and others in this body, have called for robust, open, and substantive debate on such an authorization and highlighted the fact that by failing to do so, we as a Congress are failing in our most solemn constitutional responsibility, that of declaring war and weighing the decision to send young men and women into harm's way. More than ever before, as conflicts intensify and this administration weighs deploying more troops to Iraq and Syria, Afghanistan, and other areas, Congress cannot stand idly by as a passive entity in such consequential matters for our nation. The AUMF text I present before the committee is one developed by Representative Adam Schiff and represents a sound way forward. It sunsets the 2001 and 2002 AUMFs immediately and replaces them with a single authorization for the use of force against al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Taliban. It authorizes the President to deploy combat ground troops against the covered entities without geographical restriction, since many of these groups transit effortlessly across borders and are not bound by the conventions of modern states. However, it provides a special mechanism to allow a privileged motion to repeal or modify the authorization in the event the President deploys ground forces in combat. Finally, it would put in place new reporting requirements both to Congress and to the public as to how the authorities are used and against which groups in order to restore a measure of transparency and accountability to such consequential decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield to Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
I'd like to thank Representative Moulton for introducing this important amendment. 8 out of 10 sitting members of Congress have not voted on an AUMF. 80% of the members in the House voting on anything is considered a large majority. 80% not voting on AUMF is unacceptable. When we decide as Congress whether or not to send our sons and daughters into battle, that's a responsibility of our House. As members of Congress, Article 1, Section 8, the War Powers Clause of the Constitution, that Congress shall have the power to declare war. It is our obligation, our responsibility. For some, it might not be comfortable. Well, that's not in question. This is what we are supposed to do. It's to have that discussion, have that debate. And I'm not encouraging to vote for or against it. But when 8 out of 10 people sitting in our House have never had that discussion, never had that vote, there's something clearly wrong. And I very much would urge you to vote for this amendment and have the discussion. I yield.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak very briefly on this?
Okay. Gentlemen, yield back. Okay, I'm just trying to keep straight here as I have conversations. Mr. Jones?
I'm going to be very brief. To the points that have been made, I agree with both Mr. Moulton and Mr. Norcross totally, but let me explain very quickly. I'm not defending this committee, but I would tell you Mr. Gary Mendy and I put in a bill 3 or 4 weeks ago to create an opportunity to debate, not the bill itself, but that was our vehicle to debate a new opportunity for an AUMF. The bill was sent to the Foreign Relations Committee and to the Rules Committee. Now, I don't understand that, but I'm not getting into that tonight. But it did not come to this committee. It went to the Rules Committee, and it was assigned to the Foreign Relations Committee. I yield back.
If I can yield to myself for just a second, just because I want to, Mr. Norcross' comments make me want to remind everybody of something, and also some things Mr. Russell said. It is absolutely true the AUMF that we are operating under was passed a few days after 9/11 in 2001. But what's also true is in 2011 and in 2012, the House passed an update to the AUMF to include associated forces. And I know because I did it. It was done on the House floor with support. I don't mean alone, but with support. So we tried to update to include the other terrorist organizations using exactly the language that the Obama administration was using in court to justify what they were doing. It passed the House in 2011. It passed the House in 2012. The Senate wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. And I just want to say that just so nobody thinks that we have been doing nothing since 2001. We have been trying to update it. Now, I may not update it particularly with ISIS and so forth. Yeah.
The Chairman Neal.
Of course.
Far be it from me to interrupt the Chairman.
No.
We actually, we did pass it. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure in 2000, I think it was 2012, could have been 2011, but in the 2012 NDAA, we put in law an updated version of the AUMF. Sorry, we did in fact get Senate agreement on that, and we updated it to reflect the court rulings that had been made and argued for by both the Bush and the Obama administration. Now, believe me, a lot has happened in my 20 years in Congress, and I could be totally wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure we codified those, and they are in law.
Yeah. Fair point.
Okay.
I don't think it did everything that needed to be done, but the point is we have.
Finish and then I'll
no. I think
build off of that. But
I realize I'm on a small point relatively. I just want to point out the jurisdiction is in the Foreign Affairs Committee. We have members of this committee are obviously intensely interested in it. We've been trying to update. I still support really updating in the ways that have been described here. That has not been successful yet. I think we ought to keep trying. So I'm sympathetic with that. But back to my point with Mr. O'Rourke, it is also not something that we can do without either a waiver from the Foreign Affairs Committee or to do it on the floor. And I'd yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I completely agree with both members who have said that we need to update the AUMF. Now, factually, we need to be clear that we did update it in 2012. And the way, so it's not, we're not operating off of simply the 2001 AUMF at this point. What happened after 2001 is both the Bush administration and the Obama administration very aggressively went to, I think it's the FISA court that determines these things, could have just been a general court, but anyway, went to court and said, we believe the AUMF will authorize this. And frankly, the way the courts chose to interpret the 2001 AUMF, whether you agree with the policy or not, I find it astonishing that they twisted the words of the 2001 AUMF to expand it to allow attacks against a wide variety of forces in a wide variety of countries. But they did. And in 2012, because we were concerned about how attenuated we were getting from the 2001 AUMF, we codified all of that. We simply took what the courts had decided and put it into law. Now, there was a fair amount of controversy surrounding that. But it's so 2012 we did that. And I think the fair point to make is a lot has changed since 2012, just like a lot has changed since 2001 as we've gone back into Iraq and Syria. We've had a significant increase in the number of kinetic strikes against terrorist forces in a variety of countries in the last several years. And I think it is way past time for Congress to pass an AUMF that reflects where we're at now, because where we're at now is not where we were at in 2012, and we should not basically give up our power as the legislative branch to allow the executive branch to conduct war without us having any say-so about it. So on that point, I'm completely in agreement with everybody here, and I applaud the members who have put together proposals to update this, and I think it is something that we need to continue to work on. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Kermany.
I think we know where this discussion will end tonight, but this discussion must be undertaken by all of us. Mr. Norcross pointed out that we've been at war for a long time, and 80% of the members of Congress have not voted on this matter, even though there was an update. It's imperative. Mr. Jones pointed out that he has introduced a resolution of which I'm the principal co-author, to literally force the Congress and the Senate to come to grips with its constitutional responsibility. And it's fairly straightforward. It says 1 year after the enactment of it, money stops for Afghanistan. And that would force us to come to grips with the authorization. It's extremely important. It's been said by the ranking member and also by the by the chair that we're now well into what amounts to a very wide-ranging war. Africa hasn't yet been discussed, but we do have AFRICOM, and they're actively engaged in actions in Somalia, Boko Haram, and other parts of Africa. Yemen is very much in play, and certainly Syria. If I'm not mistaken, we took a military action against the government of Syria twice now. Once in response to a chemical reaction where the authorization was that somehow those chemical actions taken by the Syrian government, which were horrendous and clearly contrary to any of the wars, the way in which wars must be conducted, but said to be a direct threat to the United States and therefore within the power of the President to send those cruise missiles. Not debating the right or the wrong of that, but it was a bit of a leap to suggest that it was a direct threat to the United States. But that was the justification. I don't know what the justification was for the shooting down of a Syrian jet. Whatever it might be, it appears to me to be outside of the current war powers resolution. So apparently we are at war, or are we not at war with the government of Syria? If we are, then we'd best have a resolution to authorize that. This war on terror, which I don't know was ever stated as such in any resolution, really needs to be debated. Furthermore, where are we going to go in Afghanistan? What is the Afghanistan war about? Presumably, we will soon have a definition of the role of the American enterprise in Afghanistan from the administration. It may be the same. It may be different from where we are today, but it seems to me important to this committee to understand that. So my point here is that somehow we're allowing the rules of the House to prevent this committee from carrying out its function, which is a war power function. It is the rules of the House that has divided the responsibility between this committee and the Foreign Relations Committee. Frankly, it makes no sense to me because this is the committee that deals with war and all the elements of it. Unfortunately, apparently we can't debate it here, but I'm delighted that we are in fact debating it here. And I'd love to hear more. And I yield to anybody that wants to spend 59 seconds at it of my time. Apparently nobody does, so I will yield back my time.
Mr. Gallagher.
I worked this issue for 2 years when I was a staffer on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I probably had more influence than as a freshman member of Congress. But I want to just associate myself with what I believe to be the prevailing sentiment, which is that failure to act on this issue does represent a serious dereliction of duty on the part of Congress. And so I want to be part of whatever effort we can do to reassert our Article I powers. I think notwithstanding any changes or updates that were made or attempted in 2011 and 2012, questions remain as to whether a 17-word authorization passed 7 days after 9/11 can govern force against a group that has been officially excommunicated from al-Qaeda, and whether that is an associated force remains an open question. Whether we can continue to kill people that weren't even born when this authorization was passed is a serious question we need to grapple with. And so I want to thank my colleague from Massachusetts for raising this issue. I know we're going to have to withdraw, but I hope to work with him because I think he's struck a very good balance. I think there are those of us who would not support a geographic restriction, so I'm glad he hasn't gone down that route, but I'm very open to having a sunset or a time restriction, although we can go back and forth on what the right number of years is. So I just hope we can continue to work together. We've driven a truck through the 9/11 AUMF, the 2003 AUMF. If you dig into this, we still have an AUMF on the books from the late 50s in the Eisenhower administration that a creative lawyer could probably use to justify invading the entire Middle East if we really wanted to. So we have to take action on this issue. The wars against Salafi jihadist groups are the longest and most costly in our history, and ultimately I believe the best way that we can move towards bringing them to a conclusion is to demand a serious strategy and also give the people that we are sending downrange the clear
authorization and support of the elected representatives of the American people. So thank you for bringing this up. I yield.
Gentleman from Massachusetts withdraw his amendment since it would be sequentially referred.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that. Next, gentleman from Texas, Mr. O'Rourke.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've spent a lot of time already today and this evening talking about how difficult it is to find the resources for what the various service branches deem necessary to fight the wars that we're currently waging, to prepare that we're ready for the next ones, and to defend this country in case of attack. We also have serious challenges in funding the care for those who bear the battle for the wars that we fight. The peak year for demand on the VA for World War I veterans was 1969. It took this country 40 years to find Agent Orange as a presumptive condition for the cancers and illnesses that veterans who fought in Vietnam were struggling with while this country dithered and failed to fulfill its commitment and obligations to those veterans. 26 years after the first Gulf War, and we have failed still to recognize those conditions unique to those who served at that time, something that some veterans refer to as Gulf War syndrome. It is estimated that our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan will cost this country, in fulfilling its obligations to the veterans who bore those battles, nearly $1 billion. I think the estimate from Linda Bilmes of Harvard is $970 billion. Sorry, almost $1 trillion. And so if we are going to ensure that we don't run into these access to care crises, which we are constantly facing in this country, that produce some of these horrific outcomes, like the fact that today, by the VA's own admission, 20 veterans today, tomorrow, and each and every day will take their own lives, 16 of those 20 unable or unwilling to seek care at the VA. The waitlist scandal that was exposed just a couple of years ago was known in some form or fashion to Congress for 10 years preceding that, going back to 2005, with regular Inspector General and GAO reports. Simply put, Mr. Chairman, we need to fund the full cost of war, including taking care of our veterans when they come back from those wars. I introduced a bill with Mr. Jones, who is on the committee, with Mr. Moulton, who is on the committee, and Mr. Young of Alaska, that would create a Veterans Trust Fund that would be funded by a surtax paid during times of war, the times that we're in right now. That surtax would be paid by every American, excepting those who are in active duty or who have previously served this country in uniform. And it would ensure that we have the resources to fulfill our commitments, not just to hire the psychiatrists and the doctors and the care providers, not just to shorten time on service-connected disability claims and appeals, but to make sure that we're investing in the innovative cares and technologies to improve the quality of life for those who have served. Now, much as I did in the last issue, I think I'm going to face a referral issue with the Veterans Affairs Committee, but I know that there are so many members on this committee who also serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee. I see Dr. Abraham, Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Walls, our ranking member, Mr. Banks, Mr. Lamborn, and I know every single other member cares about the fate of our veterans. And so I want to make sure that I bring this to everyone's attention. And before I withdraw this, I want to recognize Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, who helped to introduce this idea.
I want to thank my colleague from Texas. There's a quote attributed to George Washington, although perhaps erroneously, that the willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in any war, no matter how justified, shall be directly proportional to how they perceive veterans of earlier wars were treated and appreciated by our nation. It's a simple fact that when you go to war, you expect to be cared for when you come home. But veterans can do the math as well. Veterans can hear these debates that we have in Congress and recognize that their care will not be cared for, will not be taken care of, according to the current fiscal state of the country. This is the first war where we haven't been asked to raise revenues, to do something to care for our veterans when they come home. We were told to go shopping after 9/11, not to pay for the war that we authorized and that our veterans, that our young men and women support. So I want to associate myself with Mr. O'Rourke's remarks, and I yield back.
Before the gentleman withdraws, does Mr. O'Halloran wish to be heard briefly?
Got the message, Mr. Chairman. Yes, very briefly. First of all, I want to thank the veterans in this room for their service. I just want to talk about my last few years about sitting on the outside of this building, looking in and watching what was going on with veterans across our country. And the fact that even though government has put more and more money into it, the issues are still not resolved. And I just, talking about also about wars that have been fought and not paid for, and the sense we get as a society that we have to kind of strangle the money going into caring for our vets because we have to have it go to so many other places. And I just can't think of a better way to make sure our veterans are cared for than to us while we're going through this process, while these brave Americans are in our service fighting for us, that they have to know that they come home to a country that's going to care for them. And this type of a process to me is just the best way to do that, and I yield.
Gentlelady from California, very, very briefly.
Very briefly. Mr. Chairman, I just had to say this because it really strikes a chord. I'm not sure when Washington said that, if he said it, if he was aware of the extent to which our families prepare and serve today. And they are really part of this. And when we think about the role that many of our young women play as wives to those who have served, who come back with great injuries, and they serve certainly as caregivers. That's something that we have to think about as well, let alone the survivor benefits, and we'll talk about that in a little while. But I just think it's important. My veterans told me very soon after we began the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq that we were a military at war and not a nation at war. And I think that pretty much sums up the situation that we were in. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas withdraws his amendment, which, by the way, is also referred to the Ways and Means Committee, so it was more than one sequential referral. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 3, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection, as so ordered. If the clerk will please distribute en bloc package number 3. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. This en bloc package comprises amendment number 107R1 by Mr. Kaufman regarding contractor personnel, amendment 147R1 by Mr. Scott regarding narcotics trafficking from Central and South America, amendment 213R1 by Ms. Gabbard to require a report on insider attacks by partner nation security forces, amendment number 239R2 by Mr. Turner to require a briefing on joint weapons system development in coordination with NATO and defense industry. Amendment number 247 by Mr. Garamendi to strike reporting requirement for operations in Afghanistan. Amendment number 285 by me to require a series of reports related to Lodges Field. Amendment number 307R3 by Mr. Waltz to require a briefing on the status of funds transferred to other departments and agencies in support of security cooperation. Amendment number 310R2 by Mr. Gallagher regarding the impact of foreign laws on U.S. defense contractors. Amendment number 313R2 by Mr. Moulton to require a briefing on the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program. Is there any further discussion on en bloc package number 3? Mr. Moulton.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like an opportunity to speak briefly on my amendment in the en bloc package.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment regarding the Afghan SIV program concerns a matter that is important to me and to many others on this committee, especially fellow veterans, and that is ensuring the continuation of the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program. This program affords consideration to Afghan individuals such as interpreters, intelligence sources, The ability to resettle in the U.S. due to threats to their lives that they and their families face on a daily basis due to their work with our armed services. Due to our bipartisan efforts that resulted in a multi-year extension of the program through last year's NDAA, and subsequently bipartisan efforts that added visas to the FY17 omnibus, we have kept this program alive and functioning. Nonetheless, I was recently informed that though the State Department has continued issuing special immigrant visas, there are thousands of Afghan applicants who remain at some stage of the application process, and as of May 5th, only around 2,950 SIVs remain available, including the 2,500 authorized in the omnibus. Failing to authorize additional visas would leave threatened local partners in serious danger for many additional months beyond current processing times, which exceed over a year. Therefore, this directive report language reaffirms the sacrifices of Afghans who would qualify for the program and calls on the Secretary of Defense, in consultation with the Secretary of State, to brief the committee on the importance of continuing the SIV program by September 30th. As this bill moves to floor consideration, I will be working with members on this committee and other committees involved in this program to ensure sufficient visas are available. These are for Afghans who have put their lives on the line, not just for their country, but for ours. And the least we can give them is the chance to stay alive. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on en bloc package number 3? If not, the question is on en bloc package number 3. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendments are agreed to. Just to give everybody a brief status, as I roughly went through and counted, it looks to me like we've got about 35 more amendments to deal with, not counting subsequent en bloc packages. Not all, some of those are to be offered and withdrawn. We may be spending a fair amount of time on such amendments, so if we can keep our comments brief and to the point, that would probably be a good thing. Further amendments, Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment has to do with cluster bomb munitions. It is currently the policy of the DoD to not use these munitions, and I'll specify more in just a minute exactly what I'm talking about. And then furthermore, to begin destroying them, or to continue destroying them, so that eventually we can get them entirely out of our stockpile. There is a provision in the bill that would stop the DoD from eliminating those cluster bomb shells as they are currently planning to do. My amendment strikes that to allow the DoD to continue doing what they had intended to do. And I think this is a very important issue, and one of the best analogies I think it was post-World War II, we still had some chemical weapons lying around, and we agreed that this was a type of weapon that should never be used, so we got rid of them. Now, I understand that the primary reason that we're keeping these could basically fall under the heading of, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe we could use these weapons. But I think that misunderstands both how detrimental cluster bombs are to our own interests and also how munitions have sort of evolved to a better place. Basically, a cluster bomb is simply a piece of ordnance that has more than one bomb in it. So a lot of different things can be cluster bombs, but originally the ones that were originally designed had a lot of little bombs in them, up to sometimes as many as 2,000. And they would indiscriminately spray these bombs out over a wide range of targets. And given the fight that we're in now, which is so much about specific targets in places like Syria and Iraq and Somalia and Yemen, reducing civilian casualties is enormously important, and making sure that we don't kill people that we don't want to kill is also important to our best interests, not to mention the humanitarian thing to do. And cluster bombs with the wide spray make it very difficult to hit the targets you're intending to do. And then worst of all, these cluster bombs, the ones that we want to destroy, frequently do not explode on impact. They're lying there in the ground, literally waiting for some 8-year-old child to come along and go, gee, what's this, and get blown up, which happens with great frequency. There is no legitimate military purpose for these cluster bombs. And let me say one other thing about cluster bombs. We've improved significantly what a cluster bomb does. And we now have cluster bombs, because I understand that you may want to hit a wide range of targets in an area with one munition. So now the cluster bombs that we have anywhere, I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 50 small sort of sardine can size munitions that actually, when they're released from the piece of ordnance, have, believe it or not, little parachutes on top of them, and they are dropped in the direction of heavy armored vehicles that we're trying to destroy. And if they detect a target, they hit that target and take it out. If they don't, they are rendered inert so that they are not a threat to anybody. A vastly better munition. There is no reason to keep the old-style cluster bombs. They are inhumane in the way that they are used in war and incredibly devastating to the civilian population. And in the war that we are fighting, hearts and minds winning over the civilian population, again, whether it's in Afghanistan, whether it's in the strikes that have been done in Yemen, is enormously important to what we're trying to accomplish. I can see no military reason to maintain these weapons with the devastating consequences that they have. I am quite certain that if you polled a military person over at DOD right now, that not a single one of them would say that they ever want to use these weapons again. So keeping them, I think, is contrary to our best interests and sends the wrong signal about how the U.S. intends to continue to conduct the wars that we are engaged in. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time and ask for support for the amendment.
Mr. Turner.
Well, I rise in opposition to the amendment, and also that no reason, no purpose. Of course they have a reason and they have a purpose. Cluster munitions are airdropped or ground-launched artillery weapons that release a number of smaller submunitions intended to kill enemy personnel or destroy vehicles. Now, the Department of Defense does continue to view cluster munitions as a military necessity, and cluster munitions remain an integral part of U.S. forces. The majority of cluster munitions reside in the Army's inventory. According to the Army, none of the cluster munitions in the current Army inventory meet the policy of unexploded ordnance requirements, and there is currently no near-term, by 2019, replacement of this important capability. Now, General Scaparrotti, then commander of U.S. forces in Korea, testified to the impact if we did not include the policy that's in the bill that this amendment seeks to strike. The impact for me would be significant because the majority of my munitions are cluster munitions. In other words, we would significantly be impacting our ability on the Korean Peninsula at a time when there are unbelievable tensions. We have a clear need to keep current cluster munitions until such time that we are able to produce a replacement that meets the 1% dud rate, and we can produce it in numbers to meet my need. So there is a military necessity, and in fact that necessity is the Korean Peninsula. There is a military necessity, and that necessity resides in the U.S. Army, and until such time we should continue the policies that we have in this NDAA. I yield back.
Ms. McSally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment, and again, I understand the intent is to try to cut down on the duds, but if you look at the scenario in Korea, and I was the one who asked General Scaparrotti about this, again, I come from my A-10 experience. We would fly with, CBU 87, 89, or 97, which is a cluster munition. You can either fly over and hit one artillery piece at a time, and keep in mind there's 14,500 pieces of artillery in North Korea. There's 25 million people in Seoul, 140,000 Americans there. So you either have to go one at a time, with your weapon and come out, risking the pilot's life, and then circling around and doing it again, or you drop a CBU 87 or a WICMID, which is more precise, given the wind correction, that can literally, depending on the altitude, go after multiple targets the size of a football field or larger, depending on the altitude that you drop it, hitting multiple targets in one pass. And this is a significant capability for this theater and other theaters, but especially this theater in the time that the tensions are rising. So unitary munitions are not going to be able to replace the capability. So if we have this ban before we can meet the 1%, we are taking away combat capability. We are risking the lives of Americans, and it certainly is cruel to be risking the lives of 25 million people in Seoul to be hit by this, artillery and other weapons that are coming out of North Korea, and God forbidding this happens. I specifically asked General Scaparrotti about this and asked him what the impact would be, and he said, quote, "The impact for me would be significant because the majority of my munitions are cluster munitions that would be affected by this policy." And of course, then what I'm concerned about, and the reason I bring it up, is we need to begin to replace the munitions, but I need the proper stockage for the first 30 days on site. Cluster munitions in and of themselves provide an effect that in this fight is very important. It's very difficult to replicate with unitary rounds. So we need to get this cluster munition. We need to keep this cluster munition until such a time we're able to produce a replacement that meets a less than 1% dud rate, and we can produce it in numbers to meet your need. I said, just to clarify, you're saying you don't want this ban to go into effect, and he said, that is correct. That is what I mean. We need to keep what we have and be able to use it until we can replace it properly. So I think we have the objective to get to that 1%, but right now we cannot put our combatant commanders in a position where the warfighter doesn't have what they need in order to achieve the effect and meet our national security needs, so I strongly oppose this amendment.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just say, spending almost 32 years as a sapper, as an engineer who is responsible for dealing with these type of munitions, I will say that we're very fortunate to have never faced an enemy armor column coming head on that outnumbers us, and these type of munitions will prevent that from happening. Most of the release authority is at the division and corps level or higher, so that means you have a 2- or a 3-star general who has to authorize the use of these before they can ever be used. Second, they're used to deny the enemy terrain or delay them, or to shape the battlefield in such a way that our forces, even if outnumbered, are able to minimize U.S. casualties. I think many are created today with self-destruct times on those munitions to start with that delay. And so many times, even when these division and corps commanders make the decision to use these cluster munitions, later we have to go back and occupy that same terrain. So we are very careful of not denying terrain that there's any other way to do that, because we may have to occupy it ourselves and we don't want to put our own soldiers at danger. I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, I think we should always use these as a last resort, but I don't think we in this committee need to decide that. I think those 2- and 3-star generals who have soldiers' lives on the ground and know the consequences of using those should be given the authority to retain these cluster munitions and use them as required by law or by the war. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Cook.
I also rise in opposition to the amendment. I have a National Training Center where I got the Marine Corps Ground Combat Center. I just got back from Europe, Grafenwehr, which I think is one of the Army's greatest training areas. And, you know, I talked to all the commanders about, primarily about Korea and primarily about Europe. And, of course, I do ask them about cluster ammunition and the fact that 2018 is approaching, and so far I haven't had one that hasn't said, I don't think we can stop whatever enemy it is. And, you know, I asked a question about, do we need more HIMARS? Do we need more long-range artillery? And each and every one of them is very, very worried about what is going to happen there, because their troops and everything else, and of course, I'm sure, as already has been mentioned, that the North Koreans know what's going to happen in 2018, and so do the Russians, and so do any other adversaries. So, if for that very reason, I'm going to trust the commanders that are there on the ground, and I'm listening to what they're saying, and they're concerned, and they're worried about the welfare of their troops and not having the capability to defeat any adversaries that they might face. I yield back.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Just quickly to counter the argument, this is what we are doing in this committee is countering DOD policy. So obviously some number of generals within the Department of Defense supports the policy of eliminating, and I'll emphasize this point in a second. This particular type of cluster munition by 2018. So while if we're talking to everybody out there and everybody at the Pentagon thinks we have to have this weapon, it is odd that through 3 administrations now, this started with the Bush administration, continued with the Obama administration, and continued now even with the Trump administration, 3 separate departments of defense have said that by 2018, we need to stop using this type of cluster munition. So I am not going against the generals. This is Department of Defense policy that we in this committee are reversing. That's first. Second, very importantly, we are not eliminating all cluster munitions. We are going with the ones, sorry, it's tough getting old. I have to put on my glasses to read this, that have a less than 1% unexploded rate, basically. And we have these munitions. We have cluster munitions that can do precisely what Representative McSally referenced, and I agree. You got a column of a whole bunch of tanks coming at you. Cluster munition's a great thing to have. And we have them now that don't simply lie around unexploded. That is why it is DOD policy to get rid of the other ones that are such a menace to civilian populations. So, I mean, the gist of the argument against this is this is not what the military wants. Last time I looked, the Pentagon was the military. It's their policy. We are choosing to reverse it. I think that's incorrect. I think we should go with what the Department of Defense has said about this particular type of cluster munition. With that, I yield back and again urge a yes vote.
I just want to mention that the underlying provision says we can't destroy the ones we've got until we have at least 75% of the combatant command's requirements of the new kind. So I think the point is we don't want to be without. The question is on the amendment offered by the distinguished gentleman from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments on the full committee section. Gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and it is brief and to the point.
Ah, bless you. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, it is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment requires the Defense Intelligence Agency to complete a study on the Russian and Chinese armies. Specifically, this amendment will investigate the presence of combat training centers in these countries, much like our National Training Center at Fort Irwin and the Joint Readiness Training Center at Fort Polk, and the potential metrics they use to determine readiness. This study will also examine the mechanized logistics readiness and how they train logistics in these armies. This amendment is important for 2 really important reasons. First, I am not at all confident that we have a clear understanding of this. My staff and I have had many classified briefings at DIA on this matters, and it was suggested that we ask for this report because the information is incomplete at best. Even if we have some of it, the amendment specifically allows DIA to use intelligence gathered from elsewhere for this study. Secondly, with recent military advancements in Russia and China, especially in the areas of armored and mechanized warfare, we need to know how well they're fixing and supplying their heavy forces. Any of the military veterans in this room will tell you that logistics wins wars. We and the commanders in the field have to understand our potential adversaries in this key area. It goes back to that question, how do we know we're spending our resources in the right place? I'm going to withdraw this amendment because although I tried over the last 24 hours of being on this committee, I was unable to get a waiver from the Intelligence Committee. But I would ask everyone in here, if you do not know the answer to those questions, you cannot go find it because there is not a report on it. I would ask you to try and work together, get the waiver, put that report together, and try and analyze exactly what they're doing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for indulging me, and I withdraw my amendment.
If the gentleman will stay on this committee, I'll work with him to get those answers. How about that?
I'll pass that on to my leadership.
All right. Further amendments, ranking member, number 243.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will distribute. Smith, number 243. Without objection, it is considered as read, and the ranking member is recognized.
Thank you. I will be brief on this one. This is part of a larger piece of legislation that the chairman has put into the mark that I think is really good by and large. It takes a look at Asia and lays out what our policy should be to put us in the proper posture to defend against Asia. The problem is that there is some language in here that leaves open the possibility that we are now open to considering putting tactical nuclear weapons into Southeast Asia. And it has long been our policy, in accordance with our allies South Korea and Japan, they don't want that. And basically, some of the language here is, it calls for the timely development, production, and deployment of modern nuclear-capable aircraft are fundamental to ensure the United States' position in Asia. Well, that could potentially include aircraft that have tactical nuclear weapons in them. And so all we're trying to do is this amendment changes the rule of, there's a rule of construction below it that says nothing in the section may be construed to alter the shared goal of the U.S., South Korea, and Japan for a denuclearized Korean peninsula. We simply add language in here to make it clear that that includes not bringing in tactical nuclear weapons, which could potentially be the case based on what is in the section above it. We attempted to work this out, but we're unable to do so, and I am concerned about the possibility of introducing tactical nuclear weapons into Southeast Asia, into South Asia, sorry, in contrast with what has been our long-stated policy and our agreement with our allies in the region. And with that, I yield back.
I'd yield myself. Just to emphasize, we tried really hard to get this language to say we support a denuclearized Korean peninsula. That is our goal. The language does not say that whether we will or will not have specific kinds of weapon systems in particular places. It certainly does not call for tactical nuclear weapons to deployed in any particular country. My view is you don't want to tell the enemy what you won't do, but it affirms that we are for a denuclearized Korean peninsula, and we want to work with our allies to accomplish that goal. So there may be a slight difference in interpretation, although we tried really hard to not say anything here that would contravene where we've been and what we've done without revealing to the enemy too much. I yield.
Just very quickly, and I'll withdraw after this, but the only thing is it's not so much revealing to the enemy in this case as it is revealing to our allies that I'm concerned about, and that the allies have that policy. But I can count, and I understand how this is going to go down, and I know we're in a hurry. I just wanted to make that point for when we get into conference. This is something we continue to be concerned about. But with that, I thank the chairman for his comments and for his willingness to work on this, and I will withdraw the amendment.
Well, and if I could just say, the gentleman, I'm absolutely willing to continue to work on this. I want to accomplish the goal to reassure our allies and not reassure our adversaries. And so I think we're certainly headed to the same place. Gentleman withdraws. Next, we have gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, it is considered as read, and gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The cornerstone of the Trump presidential campaign was a simple promise, a pledge to construct a Great Wall on the Mexican border. However, just 5 months into this administration, it's already abundantly clear that Mexico won't pay for this dumb wall that he said would pay for it. And it's looking increasingly likely that Congress won't pay for it either. Despite controlling both chambers, Republicans failed to get any funding for the wall in FY 2017, and nothing suggests that FY 2018 will be any different. With Mexico refusing to entertain this absurd policy and with no direct appropriation from Congress, President Trump is going to get desperate at some point, if he's not already. His administration will inevitably seek to pull money from other sources to make good on his promise to build the wall, including, and most likely, the defense budget. That's why I'm introducing this amendment. It would simply ensure that DoD resources aren't siphoned off for a pointless wall that we don't need and can't afford. The members of this committee have a sacred responsibility to ensure that money meant to address real national security challenges isn't diverted to combat imaginary ones. Moreover, it would be an insult to the members of our military if their resources were reallocated to build a wall that symbolizes the opposite of everything they are risking their lives to defend: fairness, equality, and freedom. Mr. Chairman, make no mistake, a vote against this amendment is a vote to build the wall.
to vote to waste your constituent tax dollars and our military's precious resources. Perhaps more importantly, to vote to endorse Donald Trump's extreme immigration policies. Hope every member will do the responsible thing and vote yes for my amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a substitute amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the substitute. Without objection, it is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, very quickly, this is a very short substitute amendment. It basically says nothing in this act may be construed to authorize the funding of...
Mr. Chairman, point of order. We don't have the amendment on our screens.
If the gentleman from California will hold off, I thought I got the high sign that it went.
There it is. All right.
All right. Thank you for alerting me. I'm just counting on it being there unless you all tell me otherwise. Gentleman from California is recognized. You may start over as you like.
Well, Mr. Chairman, no, everybody's got it. It's very simple. It just says that nothing in the NDAA will authorize funding for development of a fence or wall on the border. I thank you very much.
Wow. Mr. Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a perfecting amendment to Mr. Knight's substitute amendment, just to make it interesting. I've got it right here.
I've never heard of that.
Do they have it?
They do not. I'm happy to walk it down. Or if
we've had our first logistical challenge.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Hold on. We got to just stop for a second.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, might I interrupt this procedure? All of us thought we would struggle with this system that's on our desk here. But I will tell you, I have found it to be a marvelous addition to the work of this committee, and I want to thank you personally and the staff for putting this together. Notwithstanding the perfecting amendment.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it's really not me. It's the staff and the House who have donated the laptops for tonight. We're the first committee to try this.
Mr. Chairman, I resent you not taking credit for doing this.
I don't take credit because we've got some really great people who have put this together. This is the first challenge, so now we've got to get this distributed. So we're just going to take a pause here a minute.
You just want money.
Paragraph.
Oh, if you ever decide to give a politics.
Right.
I think the parliamentarian, from what I'm reading,
everything's good. When somebody else is doing it, and they're doing
That's right.
And it's like everything is good. It doesn't matter. Everything's good. Like, just work anything. And you listen after a while. You're like,
this reminds me when I started my career in computers, worked in places with zero, everything was supposed to all the,
couldn't get it if I had to. I mean, protection is scary.
think the gentleman from Texas has offered a perfecting amendment. The clerk will distribute the perfecting amendment. It should be on your computers.
Look at that.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. Let me alert everybody to this point. We have to deal with the perfecting amendment and with the substitute in real time. In other words, we cannot roll these votes till the end. So just to alert you, if there are roll call votes ordered on perfecting amendments or on substitute amendments, then we have to deal with it right then, not at the end of the section as we have been doing. So that's a change. And the staffers need to locate your bosses. Maybe this is the time to be doing that. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his perfecting amendment.
Mr. Chairman, let me begin by thanking you and the committee and staff who made this so readily available on short notice. Mr. Gallego for offering the underlying amendment, Mr. Knight for the substitute amendment, and I'm just trying to improve upon Mr. Knight's amendment by making it clear that none of the funds authorized to be appropriated by the NDAA can be used for the construction of a wall, fences, or barriers along the international border of the United States, whether that's with Mexico or I'm sure that we're all aware of the threats posed by Canada to the north. The U.S.-Mexico border, Mr. Chairman, has never been as safe as it is today. The city that I represent of El Paso, Texas, which is connected to Ciudad Juarez and is the epicenter of the U.S.-Mexico border, is one of the very safest cities in the United States. And I think that is not in spite of, but because of its proximity to Mexico, because of the fact that 24% of those that I represent were born in another country, most of them in Mexico. If you go to the start of the George W. Bush administration, we had 1.6 million apprehensions at our southern border. Last year, it was just a little over 400,000, and many of them were kids fleeing horrific violence in Central America. We clearly do not need a wall, and we certainly don't need to have any funds authorized by the NDAA used towards the planning or construction of a wall. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me yield to myself for a second because I'm trying to understand. just so everybody understands, there is nothing in this bill that has anything to do with a wall on the border. So as I understand where we are, the perfecting amendment by Mr. O'Rourke says none of the funds shall be used to build a wall, and they weren't anyway. Mr. Knight says nothing in the bill shall be used to authorize the building of a wall, and it wasn't anyway. So I kind of think we just all say, yep, and we go on, rather than spend the next hour talking about things that are not in the bill and not in the committee's jurisdiction. Now, that's my opinion. Now, I realize others may have different...
Don't clap yet.
Mr. Gallego seems very impatient to be heard.
Now,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all intentions of everyone to clarify this, but it is my understanding that the wording that Representative Knight is using is more permissive in the sense that it could be done versus the wording that I'm attempting to do here, as well as the perfecting language that Mr. Work is trying to do, says it shall not be done. Now, I would be willing to have a parliamentary debate right now in terms of what the causational words are, but from what I'm reading so far, there is still the capability within, should we pass Knight's amendment, that there still would be the capability to do it, versus the actual wording that we're trying to use does not allow it to happen.
Okay, here's my suggestion. If we adopt the perfecting amendment, adopt the Knight substitute, basically that means none of the money shall be used, it shall not be authorized, and then we can move along. Is that good?
I think.
Mr. Chairman?
Question occurs on the perfecting amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry, if I could be recognized.
Is that, who's saying that? Ms. Gates?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, has there been an analysis done to determine whether or not the perfecting amendment has a concurrent jurisdiction with the Homeland Security Committee, and have we received a waiver from that committee?
My understanding of the perfecting amendment is it says none of the funds authorized in this act, which does not refer to another committee, my lawyer tells me. All right. Question is on the perfecting amendment offered by Mr. O'Rourke. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Being the chair, the ayes have it. The perfecting amendment is agreed to. Now the question is on the substitute offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Knight. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Being the chair, the ayes have it. It is agreed to. Now the question is on the Gallego amendment as substituted and perfected by Knight and O'Rourke. Those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Being the chair, the ayes have it. It is agreed to. Let's move on.
No solar panels?
Next, we have an amendment by Ms. Spear.
No solar panels.
Number 101. Gentlelady wish to offer the amendment?
I do. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentlelady is recognized on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Again, I'm going to offer this amendment and withdraw it, but I really think this is something that we have got to get our arms around. The President has repeatedly made the point that our international partners need to pay their fair share towards their own defense. One place we can start is with foreign military sales. This particular amendment would eliminate a provision that allows the Department of Defense to waive research and development fees on foreign military sales, simply because those fees would, quote, likely result in the loss of a sale. They have virtually waived this provision almost completely. There has never been a foreign military sale, to my knowledge, that has actually returned to us the R&D costs associated with that particular weapon system. According to the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, that amounts to a loss since 2009 of $4.8 billion. That's about $700 million a year that the Department of Defense is just giving away. That's $700 million a year that could be put towards the readiness crisis that we've heard so much about. That's $700 million a year that we could be put towards eliminating the special tax on widows within the military. This is something that really needs to be addressed. Now, it has got double referral issues to Foreign Affairs Committee, and so I'm going to withdraw the amendment. But I seriously think we've got to take a look at this issue. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady withdraws the amendment. You want to go ahead en bloc? I know, but I don't see him. Can we go ahead to the en bloc?
No. The whole Russian rocket power and ULA, SpaceX, and now there's
I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 4, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with minority. Without objection, it is so ordered. The clerk will distribute en bloc package number 4. All good? Is it done? Okay. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 4 is comprised of the following. Amendment 41R1 by Ms. Bordallo that requires a briefing on the potential benefits to a peaceful resolution in the Timor Sea. Amendment number 137R2 by Ms. Hartzler, authorized security reviews on dual citizens with access to highly classified information. Amendment 138R2 by Ms. Hartzler to authorize dual citizens to authorize dual citizens with access to highly classified information into the counterintelligence polygraph program. Amendment number 159R1 by Mr. Moulton to require a report from DOD regarding the post-ISIL security environment in Iraq. Amendment 165R1 by Mr. Gallego regarding suspension or revocation of security clearances of individuals with inappropriate contacts with foreign governments. Amendment 244R1 by Mr. Smith to require a briefing on Russian influence campaigns on elections and partnerships. Amendment 273R1 by Mr. Franks, a sense of Congress, the U.S. should provide arms training and equipment to the Nivea Plain Council. Is there discussion of en bloc package number 4? Mr. Moulton?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak briefly on my amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as many of you know, I remain concerned about the plans or lack thereof in place for Iraq after military operations to defeat ISIL are complete. Based on my observations from visits to the region and meetings with Iraqis as well as U.S. military, intelligence, and diplomatic officials, I'm concerned that without a clear plan for providing civilian security in areas liberated from ISIS, we risk enabling the same dynamics we witnessed after 2011 when insurgents groups were able to prey on frustrations with government failure and sow the seeds for ISIS's growth. I'm proud to have the support of Representative Don Bacon on this amendment, which requires a periodic report from the Secretary of Defense on post-conflict stabilization capabilities and an assessment of how forces trained and equipped through the Office of Security Cooperation in Iraq are prepared to provide post-conflict security in areas liberated from ISIS in both unclassified and classified form. The administration owes the Congress and the American people clarity on a plan to help ensure that when the young men and women of our armed services defeat ISIS, they won't have to return in short order to deal with the next terrorist threat. Thank you, and I yield to Mr. Bacon.
Further discussion on the en bloc package. Ms. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it possible to add anything perfecting, a word or two to Mr. Moulton's?
To his discussion?
Bill? Yeah, to his discussion, but I'm just wanting to see if he would just put the progress of women inserted in there as well, so that we can so that we know what's happening and whether or not they've.
Mr. Chairman, I have no idea how to do such a thing, but I would be happy to support it.
Okay. This is going to get tricky.
Well, I don't really want to cause a problem at this hour, but I just wanted to make sure that we found a way to insert that issue, because that is the one issue that actually we have seen progress, and it's critically important that that continue and that the governance piece is organized around that.
Mr. Chairman, we will be following this closely. It is of supreme interest. I think it's critical that we have this plan in place, and as part of the supervision of this, we are happy to make sure that we keep tabs on the progress of women as well.
I appreciate the gentleman's point, and I agree to work with both of y'all to include that in whatever sort of monitoring we have going forward, because I think you're right. There has been a lot of progress, and we want to make sure that there continues to be. If there's no further discussion to en bloc package number 4, the question occurs on en bloc package number 4. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. Okay, Mr. Veazey is missing again.
It's his amendment.
Okay. And Mr. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard. Up. Mr. Veazey, that was well timed, sir. Would you like to offer number 151? The clerk will distribute Veazey 151. Are y'all good? Thank you. Okay. Without objection, it is considered as read, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to offer an amendment to study the prospect of creating a standalone cyber service. My amendment will direct the Secretary of Defense to study the feasibility and requirements of a cyber service, complete with the startup and maintenance costs, personnel, equipment,
and training needs. The rapid pace and large number of threats the U.S. has experienced from both private and state-sponsored hacks originating from Russia, China, North Korea, among others, should gravely concern us and must be addressed immediately. Russia's cyber attacks during the 2016 election prove that U.S. cyberspace is vulnerable. We must not wait for a 9/11 scale attack on U.S. cyberspace to establish the required forces to keep America safe online. Just last month, former NATO commander James Stavridis said the idea will be vehemently opposed by the services, just as the Army and Navy fought for the idea of an Air Force. But sooner or later, common sense tells us that we will end up with a specialized force in this combat zone, as opposed to borrowing from people from the current services without the needed skill set and who remain bound by rigid career progression of the existing services that have little to do with cybersecurity mission. We should explore the merits of a dedicated cyber force. A separate cyber service may have different standards benefiting its mission, different pay scales and benefits, appropriate career progression, and all the other incentives, opportunities that current services cannot provide at this time due to statutory human resources requirements. We must maintain a competitive advantage against our adversaries in all aspects of defense, to include the cyber domain alongside the air, ground, and sea. For instance, Mr. Chairman, China is competing hard with us and is now considered a near peer in cyber capabilities, and we cannot let them take the advantage. We must be less reactionary and more proactive in strengthening the cyber defenses of both our government and our private sector assets. A study would not hamper the last of the current teams coming online to full operational capability in FY18. In fact, Mr. Chairman, by the time the study is underway, the cyber mission teams will be at work and capable of being tracked in real time, proving an accurate report of the level of our protection. We must be ahead of the threat, anticipating the moves of the enemy at every turn, and a dedicated service is the kind of organization capable of doing just that. It takes too long for Congress and the administration to react to a catastrophic attack, and there is no time to delay. And the cyber force may pose a terrific public partnership opportunity for the DoD, academia, and Silicon Valley communities, for instance. I urge the committees to accept this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time. Yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey's commitment to thinking creatively about our cybersecurity challenges. However, I want to highlight what is in the base bill that we passed unanimously out of the Emerging Threats Subcommittee related to cybersecurity and specifically U.S. Cyber Command. In a hearing that I chaired earlier this year, Admiral Rogers stated he did not believe a separate cyber service is necessary. This was at a hearing in May before our subcommittee. And I wanted to highlight the preemptive and disruption that this would cause to ongoing congressional efforts, which are the fact that our cyber mission force has not reached full operational capability. That is expected at the end of FY18. We also have elevated Cyber Command as a unified combatant command. We're discussing the potential split of dual hat for Cyber Command and NSA in the near future. And this would impact cyber operations being conducted currently, and those operations are still maturing. In addition, this amendment would have jurisdictional issues because the House Homeland Security Committee is responsible for, is the lead on civilian cybersecurity, and your amendment, Mr. Vesey, goes beyond the DoD jurisdiction. So I wanted to highlight that, and I urge this committee to oppose the amendment. While I appreciate the emphasis on our cyber capabilities, I hope that the committee will support the underlying language in the base bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If not, the question is on the what?
Close. Oh, okay.
What? Gentlelady from California, seek recognition.
I do, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Vesey.
Thank you, Representative Spear, for yielding me time. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say this in closing, is that I appreciate the concern that the gentlelady from New York has, but the concerns that she laid out, that would be impossible for those things to happen, some of the catastrophic things that she talked about, because this is just a study. This does not create a cyber command. This looks into creating a cyber command because of some of the things that have been happening. You look at the 2016 presidential election, you look at some of the things that the North Koreans have been trying to do, you look at some of the things that the Chinese have been trying to do, and again, this is just a study. When you talk to people like Admiral Stavridis, they will tell you is that we can't waste any more time. We have to act on this now because time is really of the essence. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from California.
I yield back.
You can, but somebody else is going to, you've already been recognized. Somebody else will have to get the time.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Cheney.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the gentlelady from New York.
Thank you, Ms. Cheney. Just to respond to Mr. Veazey's point, DOD has assessed that conducting this study would divert command and control organizations and headquarters staff across the department from planning, executing, and supporting the current cyber fight. I believe that we need to be focused on improving our capabilities today. So I wanted to make sure that the committee members understand that DOD believes that conducting this study will inhibit their ability to meet our current challenges related to cybersecurity. I yield back.
Okay, question is on the amendment. Ms. Murphy.
I just wanted to say one of the things that, while I appreciate all of the work that is in the underlining ETC bill to address cyber, I think that there's no harm in doing a study to explore the possibilities of a cyber service. I think we've heard in multiple committee hearings about how there are some challenges and some difficulties with the way that our service members are structured that might inhibit us from bringing in the best talent to address this new domain. And so, as has been said before, I don't think that there's any harm in initiating the study. And if we are willing to launch with a space program without having necessarily done the study, I don't see why we wouldn't want to look at a cyber service study. It's hard to imagine that with the challenges that we're facing in this area that we wouldn't want to explore multiple avenues of addressing the issue. And so I just would support Mr. Veazey's amendment. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
Ms. Rosen.
Thank you. I like to support Mr. Veazey's amendment as well. As a former computer professional, I can tell you that we do have a lot of bombs and guns and airplanes, but the fight of the future is going to be with one line of computer code. It's the same as an ant getting in through a little hole in the paint. So we need to be focused on what we need to do across the board, but let me tell you a study of how we can consolidate, how we can create that economy of scale, and how we can create the Iron Dome of cyber is of utmost importance to our future capabilities, all the challenges that we have going forward. So I urge my colleagues to support this study, to take a look at it, because those ants are coming through the keyhole, and we need to stop them with every line of code that we can. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on the Veazey amendment? Gentleman from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I thank the gentleman for his amendment and work on cyber. And I certainly agree that we need the cybersecurity of the United States in both the civilian and the private sectors. As a strong advocate of cybersecurity and someone's been working on this now for part of a decade, I respect those who share my views on cyber. So elevation of U.S. Cyber Command, granting acquisition authorities for Cyber Command, creation of the Cyber Mission Force, which is still building to full operational capability, as well as providing capabilities to our cyber warriors, are just a few of the efforts the committee right now is working on. So these ongoing efforts may be potentially disrupted
if we send signals to the department that we want them to create a new cyber service in addition to the CMF for a role and responsibility outside their current scope. So a study on cyber service has been conducted prior to the creation of the Cyber Mission Force, and that study done by the Institute for Defense Analysis determined that a separate cyber service was not ideal for creating an effective integrated joint force. The study is classified, but any member is able to read it. So again, I thank the gentleman for his amendment, but right now at this point I cannot support it. However, I do commit to working with him to ensure that we have the right roles and responsibilities for the Department of Defense and other agencies for cybersecurity, and that our military posture is right for their mission. So at some point we might be able to look at this again, but for right now I won't be able to support it, and that's my position. So with that, I yield back.
He's pretty vulnerable.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Being the chair, the noes have it. The noes have, sorry.
Record, please.
The gentleman from Texas requests a recorded vote. Is there support for a recorded vote? Yes. Okay. Y'all wake up. Recorded vote is ordered, and we will postpone it till later.
No, wait a minute.
Those are the real ones. Oh, these are really ambitious.
But there's actually some better ones.
Further amendments?
All those trolls.
Gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Gabbard.
An army of amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, it is considered as read, and the gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require the Secretary of Defense to notify the House and Senate Armed Services Committees whenever our military members or units are authorized for operations or activities under all non-Title X authorizations, including covert actions. My amendment includes a provision requiring expedited notification whenever these activities may involve hostilities. We are all very well aware of our solemn responsibility as members of the Armed Services Committee to ensure proper oversight not only of DoD funds, resources, and equipment, but how and where our service members are put in harm's way. Our service members are professionals in so many different fields, and we acknowledge that they provide a valuable asset to other entities and agencies within the U.S. government. While facilitating these exchanges when appropriate, this committee still maintains its obligation to ensure their safety, security, and oversee where and how DoD's resources are being allocated. In recent years, we've seen many DoD Special Operations troops carrying out Title 50 or intelligence operations, yet this committee is not notified of these personnel changes and has little or no ability to conduct the oversight required by our Armed Services Committee given the nature of their mission. In order to do our jobs and oversee the DoD, this committee must be notified of these personnel uses, transfers, and changes. This amendment does not preclude House and Senate Intel committees also being notified. Rather, it enhances Congress's role in ensuring the effectiveness of our military to carry out its mission. I look forward to continuing to work on this issue. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time and withdraw the amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Next, we have gentleman from California, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment on the computers.
And if the clerk would see that the amendment is distributed, without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lately, I've been getting into waveforms and how different waveforms work on military radios, and also looking at the common data link. This amendment is about the common data link. In particular, this amendment strengthens oversight of both Congress and the Office of the Secretary of Defense regarding the use of a common data link in tactical ISR aircraft and UAVs and the movement to a more interoperable, secure, and advanced capability. which the Department of Defense says that they're moving to by 2023. This improved capability is critical in an increasingly data-driven battlefield environment. In the NDAA 5 years ago, Congress included a provision to emphasize the need for the common data link, solicitations to conform to military specifications. The law states these solicitations shall not mandate proprietary or undocumented waveforms, control interfaces, or data interfaces. This section also allowed for the Undersecretary for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics to waive this policy if necessary. However, since 2012, it appears that defense officials may have overused this waiver authority, perhaps using waivers out of convenience and not out of necessity, which goes against our congressional intent. My amendment corrects this situation by requiring the Department of Secretary of Defense to sign off on the waivers. This will increase scrutiny inside the building by holding officials' feet to the fire to justify the absolute necessity for a waiver. Terminating the waiver authority by October 1st, 2023. This is the date that the department itself cites as the sunset date for older technology, and it will be 10 years since the common data link policy was put into law. It's good government to sunset the waiver authority then. And lastly, requiring the Department of Defense to notify Congress when solicitations require a common data link that is scheduled to sunset, meaning if the department uses older technology and older waveforms that they're going to sunset out, to put that on new technology, they have to let us know. So we can say that's a good idea, bad idea, or why are you doing that? I realize that these waveforms and interfaces are part of an open architecture that is evolving slowly. I'm aware that the department intends to move to a bandwidth-efficient family of waveforms that offer enhanced performance, security, and supplier interoperability, but that evolution will happen over the next 6 years, and I think that we, in this body, need to have an eye on what's going on. So that's it. There was a deep dive done by the staff that kind of figured out that the Defense Department was using these waivers, again, out of convenience rather than necessity. And this actually puts us on track with the Department of Defense. When they sunset, this will make sure that they actually sunset and we move on to better waveforms that have better compression, better security, and better interoperability. And that's the extent of it. I yield back.
Any other member wish to discuss that? Okay. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Hunter. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Say large words.
And the amendment is agreed to. Oh. Okay. Next, Mr. Rogers, gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered read, and the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a subject that we have dealt with the last couple of NDAs in past, and I regret that we're having to deal with it again today. But this proposal would require the Army to transfer excess .45 caliber 1911 pistols to the civilian marksmanship program. It's supported by the NRA. It gives the government the money and supports the CMP in providing responsible firearms education and training programs. A little background. The 1911 pistol was once the standard U.S. Armed Forces sidearm, but was replaced by the M9 9mm pistol in 1985. The excess 1911 pistols were offered to law enforcement agencies in foreign countries at little or no cost, but since January of 2000, only 5,600 have been transferred to law enforcement and 2,600 transferred to foreign countries. The Army, as the DoD small arms proponent, spends approximately $57,000 a year to store the 96,000 pistols that we have at the Anniston Army Depot in my hometown. Defense Appropriations Acts for the last several years have prevented the Army from expending appropriated funds to demill or dispose of M1 carbines, M1 Garand rifles, M14 rifles, 22 caliber rifles, 30 caliber rifles, or these 1911 pistols. Because the DoD cannot expend appropriated funds to demill or dispose of the pistols, we're obligated to continue to pay $57,000 a year to store them. The CMP has the capability to inspect, grade, prepare for sale, and then to sell these pistols to collectors through the internet sales or retail stores. Because the CMP would require the Army, would reimburse the Army for the costs associated with removing the pistols from storage and delivering them to their facility, there's no funds that would be appropriated. The proposed amendment would comply with the moratorium since pistols would not be demilitarized or disposed of, and it would eliminate all of the storage costs that the government currently has to suffer. It would fully meet the underlying intent of the 2010 National Rifle Association-backed moratorium by releasing the pistols for public sale. The Army has conducted an inspection of the CMP storage facilities, and the CMP is completing improvements to ensure adequate security under the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Army, and they will be complete with those changes in 120 days. We've been here before. The past NDAs have authorized the Army to deliver these 1911 pistols to the CMP to be refurbished and sold to collectors following appropriate background checks. The Obama administration, unfortunately, has refused to allow the Army to deliver the pistols to the CMP for political reasons. Because of the slow pace of appointing civilian leadership to the Secretary's office, the Army continues these delaying tactics. This amendment to the 2017 NDA would authorize and direct the Army to complete the delivery of these pistols. I urge adoption of the amendment. And I yield back.
Other discussion on the amendment? Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this particular amendment was before us, I believe, last year as well. At that time, if I'm not mistaken, it was to go to a specific nonprofit. Is that true, Mr. Rogers? So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask why this isn't being considered an earmark if it's going to a specific nonprofit for starters. And secondly, if I recall correctly, this also allowed for the transfer of these guns to go to this nonprofit and then be transferred to individuals without having background checks, which I would think after we witnessed what we witnessed just a couple of weeks ago, we would at least want to have background checks on the guns being transferred to individuals. And to somehow justify this because it's going to save $35,000, if there ever was an example of budget dust, that's this. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that's lost through not getting foreign military sales, R&D, and many other things that we've talked about tonight. And we're going to focus on making sure that these surplus guns be given to a specific nonprofit. And if my memory serves me correctly, they then can transfer them without having background checks. So I truly object to this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Langevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too strongly oppose the Rogers Amendment. $1 million government giveaway that will make our streets more dangerous and do nothing to advance the mission of the civilian marksmanship program. So I have opposed similar amendments in the past, and I'm going to continue to oppose this unnecessary transfer of pistols to the CMP. Now, the CMP was established in 1903 following the Spanish-American War, when American militia demonstrated poor marksmanship and a variety of other training and organizational failures. So at that time, our nation needed a better trained and organized militia, and the CMP helped the government build a broader base from which to draw citizen soldiers with a modicum of marksmanship skill. So the program was an important component of our national defense back then. But today, we have a professional military then, and that is no longer the case. Now, throughout its century-long history, the CMP has only been provided with rifles, ammunition, and other spare parts. It was never Congress's intent to equip the CMP with handguns, or it would have provided the CMP with surplus M1911 1As when it became a private corporation in 1996. Now, furthermore, Congress clearly intended for the CMP to become self-sufficient after it became private. It was not meant to be the recipient of another $1 million government handout after the initial transfer of surplus arms to get it on its feet. Now, supplying the CMP with these pistols is not only unnecessary, Mr. Chairman, but it directly contradicts the CMP's mission of promoting firearm safety. Injecting tens of thousands of pistols into our streets will not make our country safer. Quite the opposite. Handguns are regularly used in crimes. In 2013, of the 6,498 homicides committed by a firearm from which the type of weapon was known, 89% were handgun related. Meanwhile, only 4% were carried out using a rifle. So the Army also has expressed, and I quote, concerns about expanding the scope of transfer to the CMP, end quote. Now, in a 2015 memo, the Army communicated those concerns pertaining to public safety, firearm traceability, and applicability of interstate controls. So as such, the Army did not proceed with the pilot program. It was given the freedom to explore. Now, today, after their careful deliberation and decision-making process, my colleague seeks to force them to do it anyway. However, even if you are unconvinced by these arguments, I'm sure you'll agree that we should find a way to authorize this money without resorting to an unprecedented giveaway of government property that could easily be construed as an earmark. So the Rogers Amendment, Mr. Chairman, subverts regular legislative order, undermines the mission of the CMP, and I believe that it threatens public safety. So therefore, I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The civilian marksmanship program was established not only for firearm safety, but also to create an awareness in marksmanship. The Camp Perry National Championships, which we enjoy and have Olympic competitions with, are a result of the civilian marksmanship program. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what the CMP has and has not incorporated. 45 caliber automatic pistols hold only 7 rounds. They currently release M1 rifles and have released M1 carbines that have a higher capacity than this. 45 caliber revolvers have been used through the civilian marksmanship program before. So to say that pistols have never been factored into this is simply not the case. It was a government-endorsed agency. It was established at the turn of the century, about 105 years ago, and it did that because they wanted to promote firearm safety and shooting in the general public. If you look at the statistics of CMP firearms used in crimes, they are virtually non-existent. So all of the scares about what that would become simply cannot be supported by the facts. Further, they're not giveaways. They are purchased by each person once they have been approved. No CMP firearm can be transferred to anyone without going through a licensed dealer, and it is transferred to that dealer, and then from the dealer it goes to an individual after a thorough background check. So let's get the facts correct. These things that have been purported as the reason that we should oppose Mr. Rogers' legislation simply are not the case. I support this. I think it's important that we do not destroy these historic firearms. They will be put into the hands of collectors. They'll be put into the hands of those that would use them for competition. They will raise revenue for the federal government. Gee, that would be terrible. In terms of what we see in safety, this is simply not the concern when you look at the civilian marksmanship program. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've exceeded my time.
Mr. Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's, and maybe I need some clarification, but from what I understand, you know, some of the comments made so far are not actually against the civilian marksmanship program. If these weapons were going to actually stay with CMP, where they would be used to train actual firearm safety and/or the ability to shoot well, then I don't think many people would be opposed to that, much like many people weren't opposed when they were doing that with rifles. Now, we also know that there is a new shipment of rifles that are coming in from Italy and from other countries, NATO allied countries that are having surplus weapons and sending them into CMP, and those will be sold. The objections I think that many of my colleagues are having, at least on the Democratic side, is that these weapons, and they are weapons, while purportedly to help the CMP, are just going to be sold in the private market, and the idea that there will be 50,000 more handguns in a country that already has many handguns is, for many of us, unacceptable, because we believe it would just create more handgun violence. If there was a program that we understood would transfer this to, whether it was either just to CMP or to responsible gun collectors, like many of my friends are, I think that would be a different story.
And the fact that it also says shall instead, again, back to the permissive versus not permissive words, is another problem. I mean, for many of us, we would prefer that we keep the power within the Secretary to transfer, and by leaving that power within the Secretary, it allows them to actually structure what we would hope would be a more responsible way to sell these weapons, versus shall, it basically forces to do it. And again, this is not a commentary on the CMP program. I think many of us understand it, and you know, I certainly took some of the classes when I was a younger man, and I know many people here did. It's a commentary on the idea of just letting 50,000 more weapons potentially into the streets. And then lastly, I just have a question for staff, if that's possible. Do we know, would this be also, if this would be subject? Mr. Chair, is that allowed?
Sorry.
If I could ask staff a question?
Sure.
Vicki?
Depends.
Yes. Thank you.
No, I mean, they can't engage in debate if you have a technical.
It's a technical question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, in terms of internet sales, would this also allow internet sales to happen, not the traditional sales that we know of?
Sir, it is our understanding that these would be transferred to the CMP program, and then they would distribute them through their current practices, which include multiple means of distribution.
And just to be clear, that multiple means of distribution could include or does include internet?
Could include.
Could include, but we don't know if it does. Okay.
Yeah, I can answer the gentleman's question if he would like to yield.
No, I'm okay.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Okay.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek time?
Yes, sir. Just to be
Gentleman's
clear.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Just to be clear, if you buy a firearm over the internet, as I have done many times, that firearm can only be shipped to an FFL, and then you have to go pick it up from a federal firearms dealer where you have to show identification. And if you do not have a carry permit, as I do, then you have to go through the background checks. I know that's the way it is in Georgia. I think that's the way it is in every other state out there. But the idea that you simply click on buy now on Gunbroker and a gun arrives at your door in a week or two, that's just a false narrative perpetuated by people that don't know what the hell they're talking about. That I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay. Any other discussion about this amendment, or are we ready to vote?
Say that either.
Okay. Question is on the Rogers Amendment number 116. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Being the chair, the ayes have it. The request for a recorded vote, and we will postpone that till the end of this section. Next we have Ms. Spear, number 100. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered read. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our president has said that he does not have a conflict of interest. So I want to ask my colleagues on the committee what we would call this situation. The president decides to host a world leader at one of his resorts. In addition to the foreign delegation, this event requires the presence of hundreds of U.S. government personnel, everyone from policymakers to security officers to communications technicians to the officer carrying the nuclear football. Advanced teams are required to prep the site weeks ahead of the meeting. All that time, those people are spending money, meals at the resort, parking at the resort, golf carts to follow the president around at the resort, maybe even rooms at the resort. And because the president's refusal to divest himself of his business interests, that money, taxpayer money, ends up in the pocket of the very person who directed the meeting to be held at his own property in the first place. You know, that sure sounds like a conflict of interest to me. And this isn't just a hypothetical. Summits with Prime Minister Abe and President Xi have already been held at Mar-a-Lago. Furthermore, that Xi summit included a contingent from the Department of Defense led by Secretary Mattis. Since February, I've been trying to figure out whether the Department of Defense dollars are finding their way to the president's pocket through government expenditures at Trump properties. I also asked Secretary Mattis and Chairman Dunford this question when they appeared before the committee earlier this month. Although we have not been provided definitive answers, Pentagon officials have not ruled out the possibility that the President is profiting off of DoD funds, more specifically taxpayer funds. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from paying for expenses incurred at a property owned or operated by the President or an immediate family member if those payments would result in a net profit. The President has a choice of any number of governmental properties at which he can host meetings, such as Camp David. Presidents have also hosted foreign dignitaries at other private properties for which there is no issue of conflict. For example, when President Obama hosted President Xi at Sunnylands in Rancho Mirage. The Constitution is clear. No public official should be using their office to make a profit. This situation should be alarming to all of us who represent ourselves as stewards of the taxpayers' money, and I urge us all to take action against these abuses and vote yes on this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Conaway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've been considering really meaty issues and worthy issues for this committee for the last 7 hours, 10 hours, whatever we've been in here, 11 hours. This one's not one of those. And I would point out to the sponsor that not several miles from here at Colorama, Secret Service is building and has been building and may already have built a security fence around the private property of former President Barack Obama. Now, chain link fence, razor wire, and raw cinder block would have done the job of protecting the compound. My guess is the Secret Service spent a lot more money than that, making sure that that fence fit with the rest of the decor or the rest of the circumstances within that community. That's on private property. And when President Obama sells that property, then all of that taxpayer paid for funding will inure to his benefit. And so it's, you know, the 2016 election is over. And while I recognize that during the 8 years of President Obama's tenure, many on our side and many of our supporters whined and griped and complained about the president's many vacations to Martha's Vineyard and Hawaii and others. Truth of the matter is, those are pretty inane subject matters for considering the defense of this country. And I'm really kind of, and Ms. Beer and I, we serve on other committees together, and I respect her, but this, quite frankly, is embarrassing to have this come to the committee like this, and it's just a gotcha kind of thing. And I would urge my colleagues to resoundingly vote no on this issue that's basically tries to relitigate the last election. If the president has conflicts of interest, then there are entities within the federal government to deal with that better than the Department of Defense and better than the HASC system. And so I would urge a no vote for this ill-advised amendment. And you'll back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California, Ms. Spear. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. Being the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
I request a roll call vote.
A roll call is requested. That will be postponed. Next, Mr. O'Halloran.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the table.
And the clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, it's considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a strong proponent of increasing transparency across our government, I am offering an amendment that I believe strengthens responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars for presidential travel. Since its inception, the Air Force has professionally and honorably carried out presidential airlift. We must continue to support our airmen who accomplish this proud mission. However, we also owe it to those airmen to ensure that DoD staff and resources provided by the American taxpayer are not being exploited for personal gain and potentially diverting valuable dollars away from their intended purpose of protecting national security. According to the New York Times, President Trump spent 44 days, roughly a month and a half, in total of his presidency traveling to and staying at a property he owns. And while several of these trips have included official state business, they have also included many rounds of golf as well as other non-official business. I believe this committee ought to be concerned about conducting appropriate oversight over the cost to DoD
for these lavish trips, as well as ensuring transparency. It's not limited to the current president. Last year, upon request from a group of Republican senators, the GAO estimated a 3-day trip by President Obama to Illinois and Florida, a visit that included both official and unofficial business activities, cost defense agencies $2.8 million alone, excluding classified and personal expenses. As a private citizen, I supported these efforts to examine the cost of President Obama's travels because I believed the American public had the right to know how their tax dollars were being spent. Now, as a member of this committee, I'm even more concerned about the nature and degree to which valuable resources are being spent to subsidize travel habits. That's why I sent a letter to Secretary Mattis dated March 9th and signed by 4 other members of this committee, requesting more information on how much DOD has spent to date in support of President Trump's travels. In the Air Force's response to my letter, 3 months later, I received 2 weeks ago, it reported that total costs for movement of the President and required equipment from January 20th to May 18th of this year was in excess of $15 million. My common sense amendment simply directs DOD to provide this committee with reports on a quarterly basis that detail the direct and indirect costs to the department in support of presidential travel. These reports must include information about any cost incurred for travel to properties owned or operated by the President or their immediate family. It does not say they can or cannot go to those locations or any other location. Whether a Democrat or a Republican is President, the historical increase in travel in recent years, including by President Trump and President Obama, warrants closer oversight by Congress, including the committees with jurisdiction over the agency that supports such travel. I want to thank Representatives Gallego, Moulton, Shea Porter, and Rosen for their support of my amendment. On behalf of American taxpayers, I urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Jim yields back the balance of his time.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. O'Hanlon, you yield back, right, the balance?
Yeah. No, he's not.
I reserve.
We don't reserve.
Thank you. Then I yield.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Chairman, I have a substitute amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the substitute amendment. Without objection, it is considered as read, and the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the gentleman's interest in making sure that we have transparency in government. My amendment would broaden the scope of transparency that the gentleman's amendment seeks but does not achieve because it is exclusively focused on the President and his immediate family. My substitute amendment requires the Department of Defense to provide a report at the time of the President's budget request on both direct and indirect travel costs incurred to support the President, the Vice President, and all members of the President's Cabinet. By broadening the scope of the Department of Defense reporting, Congress can exercise its appropriate oversight rather than targeting the legitimacy of the President's lifestyle. Further, the gentleman's amendment is very onerous, forcing the Department to report to Congress every 90 days. Again, my substitute amendment will achieve the full transparency, while the O'Halloran amendment does not. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. O'Halloran is recognized on the substitute amendment.
I appreciate the majority's interest in engaging in this important issue of greater transparency. However, the substitute amendment falls short, and therefore I must oppose it. The focus of my amendment is especially directed at the cost of presidential travel, including travel a president's personally owned property, which potentially poses a serious conflict of interest. The substitute amendment removes this critical provision that ensures proper transparency and accountability. Secondly, the amendment clouds the clarity we are seeking by including statistics on the entire executive branch. Lastly, these reports to an annual requirement limits the oversight of this committee. Quarterly reports will provide current statistics that allow for accountability of hardworking Americans' tax dollars. This amendment is simply about providing ongoing and regular transparency of the way this president and future presidents conduct themselves as good fiscal stewards. For that reason, I oppose the substitute amendment, and I urge my colleagues to reject it as well.
Mr. Bacon.
Mr. Bacon? Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I want to support the substitute amendment. I think it's important that we raise the bar here, that we try to avoid a partisan appearance of what we're doing. I think the initial amendment does appear partisan. I say this respectfully to my friend from Arizona. We're both freshmen together and work very well. But the President of the United States, no matter what party he is, he's our president no matter what president or what party he belongs to. He's the commander-in-chief 24 hours a day, regardless of where he or she is at in the world. I would note that the burdens of office of the president are immense, vastly exceeding those of any public official. For this reason, I reject the premise that travel done by a president, current or past, should be politicized. And they all travel a lot. All our recent presidents have done a lot of travels, to include our previous president, who racked up roughly $100 million in vacation costs traveling. But I didn't begrudge President Obama that then nor now. I think that's the latitude that we give our presidents. So with that in mind, I support the substitute amendment, and I think it's just raises the bar, and I think it's less partisan.
Jimmy yields back. Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's no way to avoid, unfortunately, this being somewhat partisan. As we experienced throughout the Obama administration, we had a number of conversations, as the gentleman from Texas mentioned, about the travel of President Obama, and these things come up in I've only actually been through 3 presidents in 20 years, but it always sort of goes back and forth. I just want to take a brief moment to say that this is different. This is unprecedented. This is not just about how often the president travels. We had all the complaints about how often President Obama played golf, and I'm not going to complain about how often President Trump plays golf. I don't care. He does his job. The American people do what they want to do. What is entirely different here is that we have a president who owns a lot of properties. He owns a number of them where foreign visitors have come because the president has asked them to. In fact, on more than one occasion, the president has not been shy at all about saying that his being president is, quote, good for his business, end quote. What this means is, and there's a very specific clause in the Constitution, which I confess I was unaware of, so this has been educational, that the president is not supposed to make money off of foreign governments while he's president. Now, maybe some of my colleagues can tell me where I'm wrong here and tell me that I'm just being partisan, because here I'm simply trying to be factual. But we had the government of Saudi Arabia come to the Trump Hotel and, according to the documents that have been obtained, spend $275,000 over the course of how many ever days they stayed there at the hotel. The president has not divested himself from this business. So he and his family are very clearly making money off of that. He owns Mar-a-Lago. After he was elected a president, the dues to belong to Mar-a-Lago doubled. And I believe at one time, I can't remember if it was a tweet or whatever, the president said, well, of course, it's a more valuable place to be now. And I guess he's kind of right. So now it's $200,000 to be a member. He has hosted more than one foreign delegation where foreign governments have spent a lot of money. So it's not about what we as taxpayers necessarily spend on presidential travel. Because believe me, Democrat, Republican president, I assure you that for as long as we have this, there will always be that argument. If it's a Democratic president, the Republicans will complain about how much he travels. If there's a Republican president, the Democrats will claim about how much he travels. That's not what this is about. This is about a president who is making money personally off of that travel, off of foreign governments, off of what the Pentagon spends. And I will, I guess, give Mr. Conaway President Obama's fence, how much ever that adds a value to his property in D.C. I could argue that it might actually decline the value depending on how the fence is built. So I'll give him his fence, whatever it may cost. But it doesn't come within millions of dollars of the amount of money that has already been spent by foreign governments going directly into the hands of Trump properties. And there is a painfully simple solution to this. Divest yourself. Put it into blind trust. Release your tax returns. Be transparent about it, which is not being done. And unfortunately, and there is so much stuff that is over-the-top partisan, completely admit to that, on Democratic side and on Republican side, that it all gets sort of blurred and just, you know, it's all just so much noise of one side criticizing the other. This is different. And I'm sure my Republican colleagues will not have to be given this offer to tell me why I'm wrong, why this isn't different, why there isn't something uniquely wrong about a president actually personally profiting from his travel, his family's travel, the travel of foreign governments. But this is a problem, and I know we're not going to address it in this bill, but I do think it is something that we should address more broadly and that the president can address. He doesn't need us. He can be transparent. He can release his tax returns, release his business records, divest himself or go into blind trust, as all presidents and vice presidents have done before. He's flat refused to do all of that and basically thumbed his nose at all of us and said, nobody cares. I can do this. And thus far, he's been right. And I think that is very, very dangerous in a representative democracy to allow somebody in the office of the president or any office to profit off of that presidential power. So I hope, even though I know this isn't going to go anywhere and we're going to lose, I hope we will take the broader issue more seriously than just dismissing it as just normal partisan stuff. This is unprecedented and goes way beyond any sort of petty partisan concern. It is a concern for the legitimacy and for the transparency of our government. I yield back.
Mr. Conaway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, elections have consequences, and while I disagree with the results in 2007 or 2009 and 2012 or 13, nevertheless, we lived through that. And continuing to retrade the previous election gets us nowhere. This amendment, quite frankly, has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of money foreign governments spend in whatever property they come to the United States for. I would argue that that's really beyond the reach of even this committee to be able to require foreign governors to report to anyone what they spend coming to the United States. This would simply tell you what the government spends going to and from the property, not necessarily what they spent at the property. There'll be other expenses. Now, it's not lost on anyone that people are showing up at Mar-a-Lago or wherever the president goes. He owns those properties. Whether it's a $1.05 or whatever number you want to put on it, the issue is exactly the same. You are already mad about it. You already understand it. It's not going to change. It will be a campaign item 3 years from now. Whoever's campaigning against the president will be able to use this over and over again. But this is the House Armed Services Committee. This is not the House. It's not. We don't oversee the Federal Bureau of Ethics. And so if you got a problem with the president, I got it. I understand it. I had a problem with the last one. You got a problem with this one. But quite frankly, this is not what we ought to be spending our time on. This is not about defense of the country. Maybe you argue that it challenges the Constitution. I got that. But we're the Department of Defense, and we ought to be spending our time trying to figure out how we can best defend this country. And this is just gotcha kind of politics. You're trying to load the system for and even my good colleague Brad's amendment does the same thing. We've got a Department of Defense that cannot audit its own books and records. I've been working like a wild man to try to force that to happen. This will add one more straw to that camel to try to come up with this, whether it's annually or quarterly, whatever it is. We're going to spend it, and we don't have anything to compare it to. We don't have a clue what President Obama spent in the equivalent time frame. These numbers will be meaningless other than the fact that, yes, they're big, and we'll get to be using them in a campaign. We shouldn't use the Department of Defense accounting system to create gotcha points in the next campaign. And so we are way off the mark on this, and I understand the angst and the anger and the wanting to retrade the last election, but they got consequences. And there's another election coming, and there'll be an appropriate time for anyone to complain about how often the president went wherever he goes and however he did it, whoever he invited there. All of those kind of things are legitimate campaign issues, but that's not what we're doing tonight, or we shouldn't be doing tonight. And I would argue that we ought to defeat both of these, and I would request, I would encourage
all of our members to say no to both of these, and let's move on to the important business of providing the Department of Defense with the requisite resources to be able to defend this country, protect the men and women who do that on our behalf, take care of them if they get hurt, all the really meaningful things that we ought to be doing tonight, and get away from the presidential politics that this smacks of. With that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Larson, did you still seek recognition? Okay. Mr. Garamendi, did you still seek recognition?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
May I? I know you find that objectionable, but I do seek recognition. Is it my turn? Thank you. We just heard an interesting disposition on the role of Congress. It seems to ignore, however, the Constitution of the United States. Article 1, Section 9 reads, "No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state." So the previous discussion concerning the role of Congress totally missed the mark. In fact, we do have a very, very significant role with regard to presidential use of his facilities for the purposes of engaging foreign governments. Now, whether those governments are involved in providing something of value to him, that's something that we could discuss. But clearly, the meetings that took place at Mar-a-Lago are of interest to this committee because who attended those meetings? The head of the Chinese government. We are engaged in discussions without end here about the relationship between the Department of Defense and China. Also, Saudi Arabia. Most recent arms sales, which I believe is under the jurisdiction, at least in part, of this committee. And so there's a very clear nexus between what the President is doing at his resorts and quite probably receiving an emolument, something of value from the foreign government. That's our business as members of Congress. And what took place there, agreements or not, apparently the issue of North Korea was discussed. I would suggest that is something that we have engaged in at length in this committee. And so there is the direct interest of this committee and a direct interest that we have of members of Congress. And to simply blow it away as though it is of no consequence totally ignores the responsibilities that we have. We've recently had a long discussion about authorization to use force, and all too often we ignore that responsibility. Are we to also ignore this responsibility with regard to the Article 1, Section 9? I would hope not, because there is a clear, obvious conflict of interest, and there is a clear, obvious, at least in my estimation, of a violation of the Emoluments Clause.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course. I'd love to engage in a debate.
Eloquently put, and better addressed with the Judiciary Committee or in court. But I've not been aware in my 12-plus years here where we've had any instance where we were the trier of fact on a constitutional issue of that nature with an argument with the executive branch. And so I would argue that your arguments be better set in front of the Judiciary Committee and not here. Yield back.
Well,
and thank you, by the way.
Well, I thank you for your counsel. However, I think, in reclaiming my time, that your argument ignores the responsibility that we have individually and therefore collectively, wherever we may sit on whatever committee it is, to deal with the Emoluments Clause, which clearly brings to us as members of Congress the responsibility of approving or not gifts, monetary, otherwise. I don't think, well, I'm not sure what the President Xi of China offered in the way of titles, but maybe he did also offer a title to the President. In any case, going back to money and the like, read the Emoluments Clause. It is our responsibility. We can't ignore it, nor should we. And with that, I yield back my remaining 48 seconds.
Okay, my thought is we're probably not going to resolve this tonight. Maybe we should move along, have a vote or two, but kind of get moving. All right, Mr. Gallego's waving his hand furiously. Mr. Lamborn, you were seeking, you're good? Okay, Mr. Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to disagree with my good friend from Alabama and speak in support of Congressman O'Halloran. Mr. Chairman, I come in support of this common sense amendment of Mr. O'Halloran. One, to be clear, winning an election does not give you an excuse to waste taxpayer money. Mr. Chairman, we have a president who appears to be allergic to spending the weekend in the White House. Every day, and sometimes even on Thursdays, he jets off onto one of his many properties. Who is responsible for this type of transportation on these getaways? Our United States Air Force. And who foots the bill for these junkets? The American taxpayer. We pay almost $200,000 for every hour Air Force One is in operation. And to date, we have 44 trips. And if you want to compare that to President Obama's tenure, it's not even close over the same time period. In the past, that was an expense that the American people happily accepted. But we've never had a president who spends nearly 40% of his days hopping between his own properties, as you can see again from the chart, from his beachfront property in Mar-a-Lago to his various golf courts all across the country. This is the man who promised in 2016, I'm going to be working for you. I'm not going to have time to play golf. It's particularly ironic that President Trump is on track to play well over 200 rounds of golf at his own clubs, of course, after only one term in office. Given this unending pattern of expensive and unethical travel, the very least that we can do as members of this committee is to maintain visibility over the money that our military is spending to ensure that Trump makes his tea times. I hope every member who claims to care about fiscal responsibility will join us in supporting this important amendment as the process moves forward. We have a right to oversight. We have a right to oversight on the expenditures of the Air Force. And we certainly have a right on oversight when the president is abusing taxpayer money. And look at the days, 44 days, $200,000 a trip. That is irresponsible. This is not about litigating the past election. It's about ensuring that we are doing proper oversight right now and keeping the public informed. Thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to point out, if you don't think this is just politics at its worst, I mean, they're asking for the indirect cost. You would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just trying to come up with a definition of indirect cost at the Pentagon. And, you know, as far as not using your office to make money, you know, Barack Obama made $85,000 a year prior to being elected. And then between getting elected and when he left office, he made over $20 million bucks. I mean, I'd say if Mr. Trump's net worth goes up by the same factor that President Obama's did, well, we got something to worry about. But if not, let the man do his job.
Okay, the question is on the substitute amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. O'Halloran asked for a recorded vote. Is that true?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we need to take it in real time. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry.
Aye.
Chairman Thornberry votes aye. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes no. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Bordallo. Ms. Bordallo votes no. Mr. Franks. Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Schuster. Mr. Schuster. Ms. Songus. Ms. Songus votes no. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Lambourne. Mr. Lambourne. Mr. Lambourne votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes aye. Ms. Hanabusa. Ms. Hanabusa votes no. Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine votes aye. Ms. Shea Porter. Ms. Shea Porter votes no. Dr. Wenstrup. Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen votes no. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally votes aye. Mrs. Murphy. Mrs. Murphy votes no. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes no. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes aye. Mr. Walls. Mr. Walls votes no. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Schuster. Mr. Schuster votes aye. Mr. Garamendi is not recorded. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 aye votes. There are 36 no votes.
And the substitute is not agreed to. The question is on the underlying O'Halloran amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Being the chair, the noes have it. Mr. O'Halloran?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Ask for a recorded vote. We can roll this one to the end with the others. Okay, next we're got another VZ. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to offer an amendment to count the children of military reservists under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. My amendment will amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act to include children of military reservists in state elementary and secondary school reporting requirements. Currently, because of the way the law is written, the ESEA only counts the children of National Guard and active duty military parents for purposes of tracking progress and resource allocations in schools. It does not include the children of military reservists. The children of reservists are just as important as those of active duty and National Guard forces, and they face the same challenges as those kids when their parents deploy. We owe it to the children of these military families to ensure that they have all the resources they need to succeed in school while one or both of their parents are deployed in service to our country. After speaking with members of the committee, I've learned that there are jurisdictional issues. However, I do look forward to working with the committee and the Department of Defense to continue working on this important issue. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully withdraw my amendment and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as... Oh, I'm sorry. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be talking about one of the benefits that I think we all want to be true to when it comes to our troops, and particularly when it comes to widows who have lost spouses, and it might be widowers as well who have lost spouses in our wars. The fact of the matter is we have expressed in the past the sense of Congress that the Special Survivor Indemnity Allowance was created to assist those widowed spouses, but you know, a sense of Congress has just not been enough in this area, and we really have to do something about it. There will not be enough money in SSIA by next year for these accounts, and there is no plan to replace it except one that I'm going to offer this evening. And without that plan, we'll have 63,000 widows next summer with only a sense of Congress, and you can imagine that they can't buy groceries, and they certainly can't buy their children's shoes for the fall school with a sense of Congress. My plan would double SSIA over the next 3 years from $310 to $620, critically closing the gap in payments. And since this is mandatory payment, we have to also find a mandatory offset for that. By raising generic pharmacy copays by $4 over the next 9 years to a total of $14, we can pay for SSIA for 63,000 widows for an additional 3 years. Sometimes I think we have to make difficult decisions to fix difficult problems, and sometimes we have to do it in a way that cannot be seen in the same light, depending upon what group we're talking about. The Department of Defense spent $10 billion on the pharmacy program in fiscal year 14 alone.
So if we raise these generic pharmacy copays by $4 over 9 years, we will be essentially doing so at the Department of Defense, at the request of the Department of Defense. I don't think this is breaking faith with our retirees. A military unit of any size takes care of its service members as well as their families as a team. And that's the way we need to be looking at these benefits. I've spoken to many retirees, and I know that they do not object to helping the widows of other service members and retirees for a small increase in pharmacy copays over 9 years. But as I said initially, this is one of those really tough issues, and that's why they ask us to try and solve them when we can. The Senate will be making provisions for SSIA in their bill, and I think that we should be prepared to find the best solution for this issue as well. Now, I can assure you that I thought about whether or not we need to have a proposal or whether we need to put our faith and turn this over to our chairman in many ways within the conference to do the best that we can and stay as true as we can to those who had suffered the losses and really need to receive these allowances, which, by the way, they have paid for. So, Mr. Chairman, if we could have a quick colloquy, and I can ask you, do you see that there's going to be more opportunity as we move to conference with the Senate to try and resolve this issue, or do we need to try and resolve it here tonight?
Well, if the gentlelady will yield, and then if this time runs out, I'll yield to myself. The gentlelady has clearly identified two problems we have to solve. One of them is the SSIA widow's tax expires next May. We cannot and we will not allow that to happen. As the gentlelady rightly noted, we have to find mandatory savings to continue that program, and we will. The second issue is this 12304B issue with the Guard and Reserve. Everybody acknowledges that's not fair. We've talked about it already once tonight. The Pentagon is working now to change those categories to ensure that that problem is solved. I understand they're going to come to us with some preliminary thoughts this summer. That has to be solved as well. I think the gentlelady makes a good point that we don't have many options when it comes to mandatory savings. It's basically either retirement or some of the TRICARE fees and copays. And so all of those issues are definitely going to be in play. The one other thing I want to put into the mix, however, is I expect that the budget resolution from the Budget Committee is going to also require this committee to come up with some mandatory savings. So my point is, rather than lock things in now, we need to look at all of these demands for mandatory savings and try to work our way through without unduly burdening active duty and retirees with drastically higher copays, which could be one option. So just to repeat myself, the widow's tax absolutely has to be fixed, and it will be, there's no question. This Guard and Reserve issue has to be fixed, and we will work with the Pentagon to see that it is. And as the gentlelady points out, we're going to have a lot of opportunity over the course of the conference to nail down those details, as well as deal with whatever instructions we may get if the House passes a budget resolution.
Thank you. If I may...
I yield, gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your concern about this, because I know it's real. I remember, I think, some of the first discussions I had when I came to Congress were around these issues, and they're still out there, and we're still dealing with them. So I hope that everyone has heard your commitment, as I have, and that you will try and do everything you can to the fullest extent possible to resolve these issues, and particularly to take care of our widows.
Yeah, if I could just interrupt the gentlelady for 1 second. It's not just me.
I understand.
Because to deal with these issues, it's going to take all members on this committee on both sides, because as the gentlelady pointed out, these are difficult trade-offs that have to be made to fix these problems. And we all say we want to fix the problems, but yet we're also all going to have to contribute to the solutions. Now I yield back to the gentlelady for anything else.
Thank you, and I look forward to that conference. Thank you.
Ms. Spear?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to associate myself with the comments by my good colleague, Ms. Davis. And I just want to underscore to all of us what this widow's tax is really all about. These are families that buy life insurance when the service member is in the military. Then that service member dies and there's a widow. Rather than getting the benefit, the total benefit of that life insurance policy, it is reduced because she's also getting a veteran's benefit. Now, it's a bait and switch, pure and simple. And the fix that we've been providing is a small fix. Under the widow's actual life insurance policy, she should be receiving about $1,500 a month. What she is receiving, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Davis, is about $250 or $300 a month. So even our fix is inadequate. And we should really fix it or get rid of this life insurance policy, because it really is a fraud to say you have this policy, but then when in fact you need it, you don't get to benefit from it because you're getting some other benefit through the Veterans Administration. And with that, I yield back.
Does the gentlelady want to continue with the amendment or
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to withdraw the amendment so that we can work hard from now until the
Okay, the amendment is withdrawn. Next, we have gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This is an important amendment to advance the readiness of our fighting force and to save precious taxpayer money. It repeals the policy instituted last summer by then Secretary of Defense Ash Carter without any input from members of Congress, which allows transgender individuals to serve and be recruited in the military. This policy is ill-conceived and contrary to our goals of increasing troop readiness and investing defense dollars into addressing budget shortfalls of the past. By recruiting and allowing transgender individuals to serve openly in our military, we are subjecting taxpayers to high medical costs, including an average of $130,000 per transition surgery, lifetime hormone treatments, and potential additional surgeries to address the average 25% of individuals who experience complications in addition to possible mental health issues and costs of training the new policy. The surgeries alone are estimated to cost $1.35 billion over the next 10 years, and that is with the assumption of only 30% of individuals choosing to transition. That equivalent money could fund 13 F-35s, 14 Super Hornet F-18s, 2 B-21 long-range strike bombers, 8 KC-46, all A-10 wing replacements, or increase the end strength of our troops. In addition, the policy subjects TRICARE to hormone therapy for family members and its associated costs, as the policy covers 16 and 17-year-old dependents. This policy is not only costly, it also is a threat to our readiness in lost time for additional training, the inability to deploy, and decreased morale. Every member of the military must undergo a day-long training on the new policy, which translates for our troops into lost time in the cockpit, on the firing range, or in a simulator, which our force so desperately needs. Reserve forces are hit especially hard by this training, as time is limited when these members are on duty. But it's not just time away from primary tasks that is concerning. It is also the lack of deployability of the individuals going through the sex transition process. The process requires between 210 and 238 work days where a soldier is non-deployable after surgery. This recovery time equates to 1.4 million manpower days over 10 years where transgender personnel cannot deploy and fight our nation's wars.
This doesn't address the concern of non-deployability after transition due to ongoing hormone treatments that require refrigeration and other long-term care. A soldier cannot be deployed to the mountains of Afghanistan with the need to refrigerate medicine. Someone has to cover those days of non-deployability, meaning an already stressed force will be further stressed. Also, the diagnosis and treatment of gender dysphoria renders service personnel ineligible for special duties like flying status, personnel reliability program, and jobs requiring TS, SCI, SAP security clearances. Why would we purposely recruit individuals to serve whom we know cannot serve? Is it fair for us to change our accession standards for this one condition, knowing it will result in many being unable to serve their country when we deny military service to individuals with less complicated conditions like flat feet, bunions, asthma, and sleepwalking? Is it fair to recruit our sons and daughters to fight for our nation and instead of being able to focus on the enemy, subjecting them to disturbing distractions of very personal privacy issues involving sleeping and showering with individuals born of the opposite sex? It is not. Military service is a privilege, not a right. It's predicated on the singular goal of winning wars and defeating the enemy. All decisions on personnel and funding should be made with this in mind. High entry and retention standards are required because failure in the job costs lives. Last year's memorandum is costly in dollars and it's short on common sense. It is imperative our nation reverses this ill-advised policy and ensure our tax dollars are spent wisely, fairness is restored, and we ensure our military personnel can succeed on the battlefield. I plan to withdraw my amendment after some vital discussion tonight in hopes of giving the DoD the opportunity to address this problem internally by reversing this policy. However, if the DoD fails to act decisively on this policy, future action must be taken by us, the guardians of national defense. It is imperative the original policy that has stood the test of time be reinstated to prioritize our readiness, save precious defense dollars, and ensure our men and women serving our nation can fight and win our nation's wars. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back with the intent to withdraw this amendment after discussion.
Further discussion? Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, no clear definition of dysphoria exists for our military to develop this current policy that was implemented last year. In the psychiatric DSM-5 manual, the definition lacks clear empirical support and ranks among the lowest of scores in the Inter-Rater Reliability Standards, or CAPA standards. Yet, the armed services are being forced to provide medical recommendations on unproven criteria without regard to their rights of conscience, both medically and morally. With regard to fully qualified service members, should those definitions be accepted or coerced, then we should accept the definition that says a service member would be burdened by a profound state of depression, anxiety, and agitation and has a high risk of suicide. This does not sound like an otherwise, quote, fully qualified service member, end quote. This coerced policy also does not address the diminishment of readiness due to non-deployable dysphoric service members. It places the priorities of a dysphoric non-deployable service member who constitutes, by one studied estimate, at 1 in 20,000 individuals, and it sidelines the readiness, it sidelines the morale, the welfare, the rights, and privacy concerns of 99.9999% of the armed forces. For example, in the current training manuals that have been implemented to both soldiers and commanders for guidelines, listen to the following vignette. Following her transition from male to female, which did not include sex reassignment surgery, a transgender soldier begins using female barracks, bathroom, and shower facilities. Because she did not undergo a surgical change, the soldier still has male genitalia. This is from the Army Training Manual. The guideline, all soldiers should be respectful of the privacy and modesty concerns of others. However, transgender soldiers are not required or expected to modify or adjust their behavior based on the fact that they do not match soldiers. Here's another one that goes to commanders. A soldier has completed Army gender transition from female to male as indicated in DEERS. The soldier did not have sex reassignment surgery and recently stopped taking male hormones in order to try and start a family. Today, the soldier approached his commanding officer to discuss his newly confirmed pregnancy. His pregnancy. Transgender soldiers under these vignettes are not required or expected to modify or adjust their behavior, but everyone else is, violating their privacy, their rights, their morality, and their unit cohesion. And we are lectured to believe that when these soldiers violate all that the other service members, 99.9999%, that we will have a more capable, cohesive, and ready force. Under the leadership vignette, when we have a coerced policy that diverts leaders and commanders from combat readiness and cohesion to accommodate the impossible moral construct of pregnant men, and how this impossibility will make a more capable and ready force, I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we have lost our way as a nation. And with that, I yield back.
Okay. I'm getting a long list here on an amendment that is to be withdrawn. I just, you know, we've been good. I don't want to cut off people's debate, but I also want to just keep a little perspective in mind. Ms. Songus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind us of the process, the year-long review process that led to Secretary of Defense Ash Carter's ending the ban on transgender service, when last year he stated that, quote, "We don't want barriers unrelated to a person's qualifications to serve preventing us from recruiting or retaining the soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine who can best accomplish the mission," unquote. That process was rigorous. It included leadership of the services, medical and personnel experts across DOD, transgender service members, outside medical experts, advocacy groups, and the RAND Corporation. Analysis by the DOD Working Group and RAND Corporation concluded that there would be minimal readiness impacts from allowing transgender service members to serve openly. The service chiefs signed off on an inclusive policy because they concluded on the basis of the research that inclusion would not compromise readiness. Secretary Mattis has indicated that he will not revisit decisions of the previous administration absent concrete impacts to readiness. At this point, we know of no such evidence. So I urge my colleagues to refrain from relying on unfounded figures and assumptions to change a policy that was designed to open service to all who can meaningfully contribute to the military and their country, particularly given the rigorous process used to write it. So I respectfully oppose this amendment, even if it's in anticipation or before it's withdrawn.
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady from Missouri for bringing this amendment. And, Mr. Chairman, I know that you wrote Secretary Carter in July 17th of 2015 and November 29th of 2016, raising serious questions about what would happen to transgendered individuals coming into the military in issues such as housing, medical costs, limitations on the ability to be deployed. And my understanding, Mr. Chairman, is that you or the committee never really got satisfactory answers back. And I think that it's really incumbent on Secretary Mattis to inform this committee on with straight answers on these serious questions that many of us have on the committee, and that we should not go forward with the previous administration's policy until we get answers to issues like housing, medical costs, and limitations on deployment. So with that, I would yield back, Mr. Chairman, given the lateness of the hour.
Ms. McEachin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just note that right now, today, we have transgendered individuals deployed in our armed services. And to answer one of the specific reservations that the gentlelady had, you don't refrigerate the testosterone. You switch over to a gel, which is what CENTCOM requires if you're going to be deployed. But what's really troublesome to me, Mr. Chairman, is that I can imagine not these individuals to my right, not my colleagues to my right, but a Congress 70 or 80 years ago that said that a certain group of people weren't smart enough to fly airplanes, that they run at the first sign of battle, and that African Americans could not serve in the United States Armed Forces. Well, African Americans proved them wrong. The unit adapted, and I suggested the unit adapt to transgender individuals as well. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly, did you seek recognition? Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, I do, and I would yield my time to Ms. Hartzler.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. You know, there's a huge difference between what was changed in policy several years ago and a person with this medical condition, and it is a medical condition that does require additional expenses. And this policy was flawed from day one. Secretary Carter initiated this policy, and he said the presumption that transgender persons can serve openly without adverse impact on military effectiveness and readiness. How can you say that, and how can that be accurate when we are recruiting people who cannot serve, who, if they go through the gender transition process, are, first of all, just to recover from the surgery, be out of service between 210 and 238 days. And that does not include the 25% that would have complications and have to have a secondary surgery. That doesn't include their hormone therapy and perhaps mental health treatments. Those are just the physical realities of this situation. And so I had an intern a few years ago that wanted to serve in the military. She went to law school. She applied for JAG Corps. She was denied because she had a bunion on her foot. Now, that is ridiculous that we are going to consider changing the accession standards for our entire military in multiple places, in multiple ways, to invite people to come in who have serious medical conditions where they cannot serve, and yet we deny someone who has a bunion from serving. So we just need to return to common sense. The policy before was the one that ensured, and it was tough, that people serving this country had to pass certain parameters or else you cannot serve. And that is what we should continue to uphold as our standard. To make sure that people are able to fight tonight, that we don't waste precious dollars or time on individuals who are not ready to fight. And I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Rourke.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to expand on the point that was made earlier, every time we've added a new group of Americans beyond white males who originally served, the sky was feared to be falling. And in each case, we learned that everybody in this country, when treated with dignity and respect and given the chance to serve, does us all proud. And we know the facts from those transgender service members, that they are serving with distinction, that they are widely praised by their commanders. We know from other militaries where transgender service members serve that they've had no problems with readiness or costs. We know because DOD has studied this. We know that the RAND Corporation has studied this. We know that the numbers, with all due respect, that Ms. Hartzler is using are at great divergence and overblown from what we have studied and what has already been determined. And so I'd ask us to stick to the facts, to stick to what our military commanders have reported back to us, and to continue with the full integration of the U.S. military and ensuring that every single person in this country is treated with dignity and respect and offered the chance to serve. I think that's just going to make us a stronger country and a stronger military. And I yield back.
Mr. Hunter.
Make this quick. The military is not the Job Corps. The military is not some other group that you can serve and everybody can serve. The military is there to kill people and execute the will of our government. This doesn't make it more effective. It doesn't make it more efficient. It doesn't make it more deadly. What it does is distract everybody. I couldn't imagine. I could not even imagine having to share birthing or showers with somebody who was a girl and didn't have the surgery to become a man, but kept the girl stuff, and now she's with a bunch of guys, or vice versa. This is just one of the most ridiculous things that our prior commander-in-chief has done in his storied 8 years of doing lots of ridiculous things. And with that, I would urge the gentlelady to keep on working this, and I would support the amendment if it were not withdrawn. With that, 1 minute, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Okay. Gentlelady from Missouri, withdraw the amendment.
With the understanding and plea to Secretary Mattis to take the steps needed to restore readiness and make sure we don't waste precious tax dollars. And if that doesn't happen, understanding that we need to take action once this gets on the floor. So I withdraw it. Thank you.
Amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
If the clerk would distribute the amendment without objections considered as read, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, I believe, passed last year, was pulled out by the Senate. I made some changes to it, and I'm reintroducing it. Here's what this amendment does. It's called the SWORD Act, Safeguarding Warfighters Officially Recognized Deeds Act. Currently, the Department of Defense allows for the revocation of valor awards and personal military decorations if the service member has not acted honorably throughout the entirety of his or her career. Essentially, that means if a warfighter is awarded a Silver Star for actions on the battlefield, that award can be subsequently stripped away from him or her for reasons that have nothing to do with the earning of that award. This is unacceptable. No matter what poor decision a service member may make upon returning home, that does not change the fact that he or she acted heroically on the battlefield. There's two exceptions, though, to this. The first exception is if that service member commits a violent felony. It includes hijacking an airplane, rape, arson, murder, and so on. The Valor Award can be revoked. And the second exception is if new information comes to light on the deed itself. And what this also does is the change from last year is it also looks at PTSD or traumatic brain injury. We deal with case after case after case, at least in my office, and I'm sure many of your offices, of men and women that are kicked out of the military because of the bureaucrats back here that actually had issues. And we purport and we talk about the most important thing that the Department of Defense has. Every service chief says this, are their people, except when those people do 15 tours in 8 years, especially if you're special ops, and now you have traumatic brain injury, or you have post-traumatic stress disorder, not just post-traumatic stress, but disorder, and that causes you then to do something. We all hear these stories. That's why we put so much money into preventative care. That's why the VA is working on this so hard. And I just think it's wrong to deny somebody their Valor Award. This is for Valor Awards only. You have to commit an act of valor to, those are the only awards covered by this amendment. So I would urge my colleagues to support this. I think it's the right thing to do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Other discussion on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Ms. Rosen.
Thank you. I have an amendment on the table, please.
And if the clerk would distribute the amendment, without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to move $50 million from the $700 million increase above DOD's ask for missile defense and move it towards improving our cyber workforce capabilities. Secretary Mattis said here on June 12th, we've got to bring in more cyber troops. we need to do something to expand where we already have gaps, and we cannot simply repair our way out of it. To this end, I propose a cyber scholarship program for $5 million. These students receiving these funds will owe DoD time when they graduate. They'll be paying back our country for the investment in their education. The second thing is cyber training for our reservists and National Guard for $15 million. Again, these investments in our military support personnel will pay great benefits and will help to ensure our readiness in this arena. 3, the offensive cyberspace operations for $30 million. These programs consist of a portfolio called the Offensive Cyber Product Line, which provides cyber warfare capabilities and direct support of Cyber Command. The range of the programs is such that it supports and rapidly develops operations-ready cyberspace capabilities from laboratory, industry, and academia. In short, as General Dunford stated before this committee, we need to continue to grow the cyber force to be able to deal with our threats in Russia, North Korea, China, and Iran. I believe that this amendment will serve to move our cyber workforce forward to take on these emerging threats from wherever they may originate. But, Mr. Chairman, it is my understanding that this amendment must be referred to the House Permanent Select Intelligence Committee, and they would not grant a waiver for these critical programs. So I am disappointed, but I must withdraw my amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Franks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have an amendment in the system.
If the clerk would distribute the amendment that is in the system, as long as it's number 274R2, without objection, it's considered as read, and the gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the recent comments by Chairman Mike Rogers of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee that our adversaries will, quote, never be less capable in space than they are right now. The Chinese and the Russians have both reorganized their Strategic Forces command structure to incorporate space. The North Koreans and the Iranians have both successfully launched satellites into orbit. And this amendment recognizes what this committee has recognized, which is that space is a warfighting domain. Mr. Chairman, we said in the Strategic Forces Subcommittee some 10 years ago when some across the aisle refused to advance promising military space assets because they did not want to, quote, weaponize space. But unfortunately, our adversaries had no such compunction and proceeded to do just that. And whether we like it or not, our space competitors consider space a warfighting domain. So this amendment recognizes that space is the ultimate military high ground from which to defend the United States of America, and it directs our Missile Defense Agency to establish a space test bed which will conduct research and development of space-based defense layers and to identify the most cost-effective and promising technological solutions. It further directs the MDA to develop a 5-year plan to establish a space-based missile defense layer. This space-based defense layer will be regionally focused and provide a tremendous force multiplier to our overall missile defense architecture while increasing the overall survivability and resilience of our national missile defense system. Mr. Chairman, the threat from the world's most dangerous weapons has indeed never been greater. And now is the time to finally build a space-based missile defense layer to cover the gaps and seams in our missile defense architecture and to devalue our enemy's efforts to exploit them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment and would ask my colleagues to do so as well. Mr. Franks is a great member of the subcommittee. You will notice that his language is not in the subcommittee mark. There's a reason for that. While Mr. Franks has very legitimate concerns on a couple of points. Number one, space is a new warfighting domain, And the subcommittee is responding to that in the strongest possible way with the Space Corps, something we've already discussed tonight, so I won't repeat. Second, Mr. Franks wants to be on top of the technology, and that is great. And in several NDAAs, he has asked for reports from the military. That's outstanding. But this amendment really goes beyond that. And these are what I would characterize as illegitimate concerns. Because when you talk to the real experts in the field, such as Admiral Searing, who most people have the highest regard for, who's just completing an extended tour of duty as head of the Missile Defense Agency, his quote is this, as follows, and this was in a response to a question from Mr. Franks at a hearing, when Mr. Franks asked whether space-based interceptors would give the U.S. a leading edge. Director Searing responded, quote, "If it was technologically feasible and affordable," which I think both in my mind at this point, the answer is no, the answer would be yes to your question. I have serious concerns about the technical feasibility of the interceptors in space, and I have serious concerns about the long-term affordability of a program like that, end of quote. Now, no one is all-seeing, and there's a possibility that the technology could mature. But I think rather than humoring Mr. Franks on an amendment like this at this point, there are three fundamental reasons we should say no. One, by hitting up all the other services for $9 or $10 million apiece, that hurts legitimate defense needs. Now, you can say it's a small amount of money, but each service will begrudge giving up the $9 or $10 million. Number two, I think it undermines the real consensus we have in the subcommittee and in the full committee, and I hope in this Congress, supporting real missile defense. That's been a long time coming, but now it's here. You've seen the harmony in the Strat 4 markup. I don't think we've ever had such a brief or harmonious time, and that's good for national defense to be bipartisan and strong. This undermines that. And third, if you really care about this topic, then be a man and raise real money and pay for it. I don't need to tell this committee that we're already using OCO funding 15 years after OCO was first used to pay for our deployed soldiers overseas. That is basically asking the Chinese to fund the deployment of the U.S. military. This is wrong to not even fully fund our own existing soldiers overseas. It would be wrong to just pretend, oh yeah, 30 million, we'll do this. It's not enough money to really make the technology go anywhere, but it's enough money to aggravate all the other services. So to me, this is, I know it has good intentions behind it, but it's a mischievous amendment. It counters what Admiral Searing says we should be doing. It counters what virtually all the experts says we should be doing. I don't want to discount the possibility that technology might mature. That's why Mr. Franks' reports, which are already in the NDAAs, will help us see that. The Space Corps could help develop these concepts. We are not against Mr. Franks, but this amendment, in my opinion, is pure mischief, especially offered at this late hour. So I would ask my colleagues to oppose it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Conaway.
Yield my time to Mr. Franks.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, I thank the gentleman. I appreciate, I know his perspective is sincere. I would only suggest to you that the harmony that we have today wasn't always so. There was a time when my friends over on your side of the aisle rolled their eyes and called SDI Star Wars, and that this notion of hitting a bullet with a bullet was just pure fantasy. And now we hit a dot on the side of a bullet with a bullet consistently. And I would just suggest to you, with some of the things that are advancing and coming toward this country, it is time for us to look ahead and lead the target, so to speak. You know, it's always somewhat important to point out that when one person said, Admiral Searing, someone I have the greatest respect for, but if you were in subcommittee here some time ago, you also know that it's time to assume, according to Admiral Searing, that North Korea can range the United States with a nuclear warhead. And with some of the things that are coming in our direction, some of the solid fuels and things of that nature, we're going to have to get left of launch and get into boost phase. And space is our opportunity to do that. And I would just encourage everyone, if they're concerned about weaponizing space, you don't have to be concerned at all. It's going to happen. Our near peers are already proceeding to outpace us in that regard. The question is whether America will remain the arsenal of freedom 10 or 15 years from now or not. And that's going to be dictated by what we do today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would acknowledge that much of what my friend and colleague from Tennessee says is accurate, and the reservations that Admiral Searing has outlined that he described are accurate. However, I would urge us to be thoughtful about the future, and one of the reasons I support Mr. Frank's amendment is it does just that. It urges MDA to conduct some R&D on this space-based defense layer and to come up with a 5-year plan. I just don't know why that's bad for us to be thinking about and applying some money against, because we know this is a long-term challenge. So while I hate to disagree with my friend from Tennessee, because we disagree on very little, on this one I think we really ought to support this amendment. With that, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Franks. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes, gentleman from Tennessee, request a recorded vote. That will be postponed. Mr. Garamendi.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, it is considered as read. Gentleman from California is recognized.
It's unfortunate that so late at night some of these really important issues of the future keep coming up, in part because of the way we've structured our hearings and the voting. This particular amendment deals with, again, the nuclear enterprise, and specifically a piece of it that is in question. There is a new nuclear weapon, or let's say a rebuild of 2 nuclear weapons, called the interoperable weapon that is supposed to be used on at least 2 different missile systems. It appears as though those part of the military that own those missiles don't want to use this particular weapon for a variety of reasons. Without going into all the details here, they're not excited about it. Nevertheless, it is in process of being developed at a very expensive amount, not just for the weapon itself, but for the development of new plutonium pits that would be used in the weapon. And that gets to be a very expensive infrastructure project at one of our nuclear labs. What this amendment does is to delay the process, and just to delay this program, not to kill it, although the program, that's another question about whether it ought to take place at all, but rather to delay it by removing some of the money that has been programmed for this development of the plutonium pits. It would remove $15 million from that program and instead use that money for something that is thought to be very, very necessary, which is the effort that we've had for many years now to reduce the proliferation of nuclear materials and nuclear weapons. That particular program is underfunded. And so we would add in this, we would reduce by $15 million the current development of the pit production facility and transfer $11 million of that to the International Nuclear Security Account, which deals specifically with this issue of loose nuclear material out there, and another $4 million to the weapons dismantling program. And that would maintain that program at the same level that we presently have. The nuclear weapons dismantling program takes place someplace in Texas. I don't recall the exact location. But nonetheless, it is underfunded at the moment, and we ought to get about the business of dismantling these nuclear weapons that are no longer to be used by our military. That's what it is, fairly simple, but it's an important piece of this whole puzzle of where our nuclear enterprise is. And with that, I yield. I think I'll keep my remaining time, but, well.
Gentleman yielded back. Okay. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I unfortunately have to oppose my friend from California's amendment. I particularly hate opposing it since I'm going to be on a plane with him for the next 9 days, and I'm probably going to hear about this. But in 2010, the early days of the Obama administration, the military and DOE agreed on the requirement for pit production capacity. They agreed that 50 to 80 pits per year was necessary to support the military's requirements, our nuclear stockpile, and ensure we could respond to unexpected technical failures or geological events. The agreement was enshrined in a joint memo signed by Secretary of Defense Gates and Secretary of Energy Chu. In 2010, the memo said the Obama administration would, quote, ramp up to a minimum of 50 to 80 pits per year in 2022, close quote. That 50 to 80 requirement was revalidated in a letter 4 years ago by Secretary of Defense Hagel. As the Obama administration wore on, we saw that the date slipped from 2022 to 2025 to 2027 and then 2031. This was unacceptable, and then in the FY15 NDA, this committee took action. We codified a pit production schedule that requires NNSA to meet certain pit production milestones with a demonstration of capacity of 80 pits in 2027. The FY15 NDA statutorily enforces the Obama administration schedule for plutonium pit production. No more slips in this critical national security function. The Trump administration has endorsed this schedule. NNSA's FY18 budget request documents say the plutonium sustainment account is increased to support the achievement of required pit production capabilities and in congressionally directed timeframes. The amendment we are now considering would cut the funding from this account and endanger NNSA's ability to meet this military statutory requirement. The ability to produce modest amounts of plutonium pits is central to the credibility of our nuclear deterrent. For that reason, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Now yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I have another culturally explosive topic that is sure to generate tremendous debate. I have an amendment to Section 802 to address the incurred cost audit backlog. This Section 802 is part of the Chairman's reform package, which I am very supportive of. And part of his objectives in Section 802 are to eliminate the incurred cost backlog, which I support, to reallocate resources to prioritize high-risk audits, and to help ensure a private sector capacity exists in case there is ever a surge again in contracts that require more auditing, and certainly to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the Defense Department. I disagree, however, with the Section 802 that currently requires that there be a mandate, a bureaucratic mandate for 25% of the contracts to go to the private sector. While I support the idea of using private sector contracts, I don't think it should be mandated, and I think it should be in the discretion of the Defense Contract Audit Agency. 802 also creates a committee that I think is unnecessarily bureaucratic. There could be a committee, but it should create guidelines as opposed to mandates. In an effort to try and provide an incentive for the Defense Contract Audit Agency to accomplish the objectives of getting rid of the backlog, of using private sector contractors, of reallocating resources to high-risk audits, I suggest that we include a trigger of October 1st of 2019. If the backlog's not gone by then, if these guidelines that a committee has set up are not adhered to in the spirit of which they're given, then Section 802, as it's currently written could take impact. So that is my amendment, but I am required to get a waiver from the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and I don't have that. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can work together to try and make this amendment on the floor.
If the gentleman will yield under his time, let me just say I really appreciate by the way, I noticed that the press really picked up when you started talking about incurred cost audits. So now we're getting into the sexy stuff. Now, to be perfectly serious, I really appreciate the gentleman from New York's interest and commitment to working with me to try to make this whole audit situation better. And I absolutely agree that I want to work with the gentleman because of his background and expertise, as well as the gentleman from Texas because of his background and expertise, to try to fine-tune these provisions dealing with audit in the way that best benefits the taxpayer and the warfighter. That's the goal. And I fully acknowledge that there may need to be some tweaks in this and some changes. I want to work with both gentlemen to do that. But it is important. And if you look at part of the reason that is causing the Department of Defense and the defense industry such problems right now, it goes back to audits and audit practices that have not kept up with even other government departments. So I appreciate very much both gentlemen and their interest in this, and I do think we can work together on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the amendment is withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now y'all get a load of this. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc packages 5, 6, and 7, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved by the minority. Without objection, it is so ordered. The clerk will distribute en bloc packages 5, 6, and 7. Without objection, it's all considered as read. En bloc package number 5 comprises amendment number 19 by Mr. Larson, amendment 21 by Mr. Lamborn, 45R3 by Ms. Songus, amendment 77R2 by Mr. Knight, 78 by Mr. Knight, 94R1 by Ms. Spear, 120R3 by Mr. Moulton, 161 by Mr. Bacon, 181R1 by Mr. Hunter, 182 by Mr. Hunter, 187 by Mr. Carbajal, 189 by Mr. Swazi, 195 by Mr. Langevin, and 208R1 by Mr. Gates. And block package number 6 is 183 by Mr. Hunter, 212R1 by Mr. Gabbard, 237 by Mr. Russell, 241 by Mr. Turner, 270R1 by Mr. Brooks, 303R2 by Mr. Waltz, 319R2 by Mr. Schuster, 322R1 by Mr. Lamborn, 325R1 by Mr. Carbajal, 334R1 by Mr. Brown, 335R1 by Mr. Gates, 338 by Ms. McSally, and 343 by Mr. Hunter. En bloc package number 7 comprises 24R1 by Mr. Lamborn, 142R1 by Mr. Bishop, 169R1 by Ms. Hanabusa, 178R2 by Mr. Hunter, 193R2 by Mr. Norcross, 202R4 by Mr. Moulton, 221R1 by Ms. Hanabusa, 241R1 by Mr. Smith, 315R1 by Mr. Lamborn, 336R1 by Ms. Hanabusa, 342R1 by Ms. Gabbard, 346 by Mr. Smith, 85R2 by Mr. Smith, 75R3 by Mr. O'Rourke. Is there any discussion? The question is on adoption of en bloc packages 5, 6, and 7. So many in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendments are adopted.
Hold on. Mr. Gates wants to talk? Mr. Gates wanted to talk.
What? Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, now we are going to proceed to vote on those amendments where a roll call was ordered. How many do we have? 5. Of which we have 5. Okay. I'm sorry?
That take too much time.
All right. The first roll call is on Amendment 151 by Mr. Veazey regarding creating a report on a cyber corps. The roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry.
No.
Chairman Thornberry votes no. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes no. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Bordallo. Ms. Bordallo votes no. Mr. Franks. Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Schuster. Mr. Schuster. Ms. Songus. Ms. Songus votes no. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes no. Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. O'Rourke votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes no. Ms. Hanabusa. Ms. Hanabusa votes no. Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Ms. Shea Porter. Ms. Shea Porter votes no. Dr. Wenstrup. Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally votes no. Mrs. Murphy. Mrs. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes aye. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes no. Mr. Walls. Mr. Walls votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Schuster. Ms. Gabbard. Mr. Schuster votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 aye votes. There are 48 no votes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Next is a vote on Rogers 116, requiring the Army to transfer excess .45 caliber pistols to the civilian marksmanship program. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry.
Aye.
Chairman Thornberry votes aye. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes aye. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Bordillo? Ms. Bordillo votes no. Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney?
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Schuster? Mr. Schuster votes aye. Ms. Songus? Ms. Songus votes no. Mr. Conaway? Mr. Conaway votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes aye. Ms. Gabbard? Ms. Gabbard? Mr. Kaufman? Mr. Kaufman votes no. Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke? Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Ms. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Cook? Mr. Cook votes aye. Ms. Hanabusa? Ms. Hanabusa votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes aye. Ms. Shea Porter? Ms. Shea Porter votes no. Dr. Wenstrup? Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Ms. McSally? Ms. McSally votes aye. Mrs. Murphy? Mrs. Murphy votes no. Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Russell? Mr. Russell votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Dr. Abraham? Dr. Abraham votes aye. Mr. Walls? Mr. Walls votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Gabbard?
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 35 aye votes. There are 26 no votes.
The amendment is agreed to. Question now occurs on Spear Amendment 100, which prohibits DOD funds from being obligated or expended to pay for expenses incurred at a property owned or operated by the President or immediate family if payments will result in their financial benefit. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry?
No.
Chairman Thornberry votes no. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Libiondo? Mr. Libiondo votes no. Mr. Langevin? Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Bordillo? Ms. Bordillo votes aye. Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Schuster? Mr. Schuster votes no. Ms. Songus? Ms. Songus votes aye. Mr. Conaway? Mr. Conaway votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi?
Aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter votes no. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. O'Rourke votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes no. Ms. Hanabusa. Ms. Hanabusa votes aye. Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Ms. Shea Porter. Ms. Shea Porter votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup. Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally votes no. Mrs. Murphy. Mrs. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes aye. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes no. Mr. Walls. Mr. Walls votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes no. Ms. Gabbard.
Has Mr. Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego is recorded aye.
How's Mr. Norcross recorded?
Mr. Norcross is recorded aye.
Okay, we don't have to do this too long. We'll take a pause. I got it. How's Ms. Gabbard recorded?
Ms. Gabbard is not recorded. Aye. Ms. Gabbard votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 30 aye votes. There are 32 no votes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Next, a vote occurs on Mr. O'Halloran, number 220R1, which requires DOD to provide the committee a quarterly report detailing costs in support of presidential travel, including travel to property owned by the president or his immediate family. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry.
No.
Chairman Thornberry votes no. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes aye. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes no. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Bordallo. Ms. Bordallo votes aye. Mr. Franks.
Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Schuster? Mr. Schuster votes no. Ms. Songus? Ms. Songus votes aye. Mr. Conaway? Mr. Conaway votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes no. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes no. Ms. Gabbard? Ms. Gabbard votes aye. Mr. Kaufman? Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke? Mr. O'Rourke votes aye. Ms. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Cook? Mr. Cook votes no. Ms. Hanabusa? Ms. Hanabusa votes aye. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Ms. Shea Porter? Ms. Shea Porter votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup? Dr. Wenstrup votes no. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes aye. Ms. McSally? Ms. McSally votes no. Mrs. Murphy? Mrs. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Russell? Mr. Russell votes no. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes aye. Dr. Abraham? Dr. Abraham votes no. Mr. Walls? Mr. Walls votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 31 aye votes. There are 31 no votes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question occurs on Franks 274R2, which establishes a space test bed and begins development of a space-based missile defense layer. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry.
Aye.
Chairman Thornberry votes aye. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Lobiondo? Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Mr. Langevin? Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner? Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Bordillo? Ms. Bordillo votes no. Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Schuster? Mr. Schuster votes aye. Ms. Songus? Ms. Songus votes no. Mr. Conaway? Mr. Conaway votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter votes aye. Ms. Gabbard? Ms. Gabbard votes no. Mr. Kaufman? Mr. Kaufman? Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke? Sorry, Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke? Mr. O'Rourke votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Cook? Mr. Cook votes aye. Ms. Hanabusa? Ms. Hanabusa votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes aye. Ms. Shea Porter? Ms. Shea Porter votes no. Dr. Wenstrup? Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen votes no. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. McEachin votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves? Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Ms. McSally? Ms. McSally votes aye. Mrs. Murphy? Mrs. Murphy? Mrs. Murphy votes no. Mr. Knight? Mr. Knight votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Russell? Mr. Russell votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Dr. Desjarlais? Dr. Desjarlais votes aye. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes no. Dr. Abraham? Dr. Abraham votes aye. Mr. Walls? Mr. Walls votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 36 aye votes. There are 26 no votes.
And the amendment is agreed to. If there are no further amendments, Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the chairman's mark as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina? So many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A quorum being present, the ayes do have it, and the motion is adopted. Okay, three things right quick. Number one, y'all have been terrific. Thank you. There are very few cases where somebody took the whole 5 minutes, and generally we stayed on topic. Thank you. Number two, the laptops have worked great, but you can't take them. Leave them there. Number three, I want to thank the members of the Fourth Estate who have stayed with us the whole time. I want to thank the Legislative Council, even when I made you really nervous. And I really want to thank the people who are standing around the wall and in some of the seats, the staff. And I want to just single out one person in particular. It was just a few weeks ago where I found out we were losing our staff director. And one person has stood up and done 2 jobs in the last few weeks to enable us to get us to this point. And I really appreciate what Janess Simler has done that has made tonight possible. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly, I want to thank all of the people that the chairman thanked, but want to single out at least of the few in particular. Janess, obviously, fantastic job of working with the minority staff, resolved a ton of issues. The reason we got done as soon as we did is because of the number of issues that we were able to resolve, because of the staff work that went back and forth. You did a fantastic job of leading that effort. I want to thank Paul on my staff, the director, for participating in that effort as well and making it happen. And in particular on one issue that some of you worked on, we didn't have to say a word about it in committee. It took up half my day. But I want to thank both Leonore and Mr. Morrison and Mr. Rogers for their outstanding work and cooperation as we argued over like 4 or 5 different words. Finally got the right 4 or 5 different words, and I think resolved the issue very positively. It was a fine example of bipartisan cooperation. And lastly, the entire staff. None better. Outstanding. Thank you for all your great work.
Okay, we got 6 minutes to finish. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report the bill, H.R. 2810, as amended, favorably to the House with a recommendation that it do pass.
Question is on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina. Submitters in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The chair calls for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Thornberry.
Aye.
Chairman Thornberry votes aye. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes aye. Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Lobiondo. Mr. Lobiondo votes aye. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Bordillo. Ms. Bordillo votes aye. Mr. Franks. Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Schuster. Mr. Schuster votes aye. Ms. Songus. Ms. Songus votes aye. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard votes no. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes aye. Mr. O'Rourke. Mr. O'Rourke votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes aye. Ms. Hanabusa. Ms. Hanabusa votes aye. Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine votes aye. Ms. Shea Porter. Ms. Shea Porter votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup. Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Ms. McSally. Ms. McSally votes aye. Mrs. Murphy. Mrs. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes aye. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes aye. Mr. Walls. Mr. Walls votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Cheney.
Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Gates.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 60 aye votes. There is 1 no vote.
A quorum being present, the motion is adopted, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, consistent with House rules, I would like to assert the right of any member to file supplemental minority, additional, or dissenting views for inclusion in the committee's report to the House on the bill just ordered reported.
Pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, all members are entitled to not less than 2 calendar days to file such views in writing. I ask unanimous consent, staff be authorized to make necessary conforming technical and clerical changes to remove from the bill as amended provisions that would cause the bill to be referred to other committees or would result in additional direct spending or that would result in an earmark. Without objection, so ordered. Finally, I ask unanimous consent the chairman be authorized to make such motions on the floor as are necessary to go to conference with the Senate on the bill H.R. 2810 or a similar Senate measure. Without objection, so ordered. If there is no further business, the committee stands adjourned, subject to call of the chair.
Chad, I lost my boss.
Am I blocking you?
The House Armed Services Committee has passed its version of the 2018 Defense Programs Bill, adding amendments to the legislation. The markup began this morning at 10 Eastern. The Senate Armed Services Committee also passed their version of the Defense Authorization Bill in a closed meeting. If you missed any of this hearing, you can see more later tonight in our programming. You can also see this and other hearings at any time on our website, cspan.org.